Chasing the Truth is now on the air. And just a few minutes early, as I usually do before every show, just to go on and say howdy to the folks that decided to make it part of their daily, well, weekly, bi-weekly schedule, I guess. But hey, folks, how you guys doing? How's everything going on in your life? Lakea, what's up? Chaos Theory Truth, what's up? Wow, Lisa Ray, I thought I saw Z-Wickle in there just a minute ago. Let me pull open this thing here. Howdy, howdy, howdy. How you folks are going on? What's going on with you? What you drinking tonight? So hopefully everything's coming across all right. Titan, there you are. Saw you on last night's Mogion thing, I think, wasn't it? Wasn't it Titan? Yeah, I think either Mogion or maybe over on PRT. Paranormal Roundtable. I think I saw you over there. So how you guys doing? Fantastic Wednesday night. Top of next hour, not this hour upcoming, the start of the show, but top of the second hour, we will be going over a catch within my own house, since this is Halloween month, October. You know how October is. I want to go upstairs on one of my cameras. Miss T actually came to me and said, hey, we need to do this. Yeah, it was PRT. There you go, Titan. Appreciate you coming over here. What you guys drinking? I got medium dark roast with a little bit of cream in my coffee. I carried a melon. What's going on, Mr. Lurks a lot? What's up? But like I said, top of the next hour, not this one upcoming, the following, the second hour of the show, I'm going to go over a catch that Miss T said, hey, let's preview this. I think we're going to do a video on it, or at least, you know, one of those shorts. Let you guys get a good look-see at it, but I'm going to give you a preview of it. Miss T's in there. Miss T, love you, mean it. And we've already said the prayer for tonight to start the show off. Andy Warhol's wig. Gotta love that screen name. 6 hours. No, not 6 hours. I close as I come was 5.5 hours one night, and that was about it. Please like, share, and subscribe. Tonight is open lines, 931-994-6917, as always. But just on board a little early. How's the audio sound? Let's go over and test this other audio. And get something out here. Hold on just a second. I've got a, let's see. Here's a yelling, as I've played many times. This is a Bigfoot yelling at a camera. See if this actually comes across all right. There you go. There's my buddy down in Alabama gave that to me. I've been playing it every once in a while. So how's audio sounding? I hadn't seen anybody say the audio sounds all right. But apparently, since Titan said, hey, it was PRT, I'm assuming that you guys can hear me. So, oh yeah. Let's see. Baby in the corner. Let's see if this thing will pop up. Yeah, all right. Well, looks like my graphics is looking pretty good. But we'll start this show out officially, just getting a how-dos and how y'all are out there. Have you had any interesting encounters? Any ghost encounters, anything like that? I had, actually, I was on, let's see, Impromptu's Truth streamed earlier today about a shadow figure, shadow creature, shadow person, whatever it is, sticking his head out behind a refrigerator. That was interesting for sure. I have seen so many of those freaking things, it's ridiculous. It's, I don't know. Zwickle says audio sounds good. Absolutely, thank you for that. But you never know. Keep an ear out when I'm on these live streams. You never know what's going to go on. Had some weird stuff happen in the audio in past shows, obviously. So you never do. Let's see. Miss T's making her rounds in the chat room, looks like. Never can do without a cup of coffee to start these shows. You got to have that caffeine kick, that caffeine injection. I am Pam. Hello. Thanks for joining the show. That's the first time I've seen you in there. Thanks for being a part of the show. But prepare for 2 hours of interesting, unscripted, unscreened call-ins. You never know. Tamara, what's up? Definitely hit those thumbs up. The more people thumbs up, the more people we get to, partake of this thing I call chasing the truth. Unscreened, unscripted. Open lines, 931-994-6917 is the call-in. If you want to be a part of the show, that is the call-in for tonight. You never know what you're going to get. Honestly, I'm like, well, it's hard to tell. I might get Wes call in. He usually calls in every other show. Wes Vick, the producer. Hey, the truth is in the house with the ranch. Yeah, that was a crazy story from that lady with the shadow figure. And I'm going to show something, not this hour, but the next hour, that I caught. Miss T and I both caught. Well, I'll have to get her on air to tell you about the story behind it, because I always tell those stories wrong for some odd reason. Anything that has to do with Miss T, she's always, you tell it right. Oh, okay. But I don't know if she's going to call in or be a part of it or whatever. You never know. But I've got a photo or a screen grab of my security cam from upstairs. And you never know what happens in this freaking house. It's just one of those things. There's all kinds of curious goings on. Disembodied voices. I've seen shadow people, full-figured apparitions. Mostly out of the corner of my eye. But every once in a while, I'll see them straight on right in front of me. But, yeah. Goes to show you. October. Got to talk about this stuff. If you've got an uncanny, bizarre, crazy, truthful story, that's what we want to hear from you tonight. It doesn't have to be any particular theme. It could be UFOs. It could be cryptids, Dogman, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, little people. Yeah, little people. The cryptid little people. Anything and all things that are supernatural that you can put in that bucket. Which I know a lot of people say, well, you can't put Dogman and Bigfoot in the cryptids or paranormal, whatever. Yeah, you can. It doesn't happen every day. At least I don't think it happens every day. Admiotheria, what's going on? Well, Maggie, tell you the truth, this is, Miss T, how old is that picture I'm about ready to show in about another hour? I don't know. But she did a lot of work on the picture and did some, kind of enhancements. We'll show the original picture, but we're going to release it in a short on YouTube so you can get your eyeballs full of it. And of course, a lot of people don't like to do these long formats. These shows that I do of 2-3 hours, up to 5.5 hours, which I don't know. I don't think I'll hit 5 hours again, but I'm not going to say I'm going to promise I'm going to hit 5 hours, because I know me. I am absolutely human, and time goes by just like that for me. But oh wow, Lakay is vault still down in Louisiana helping out folks. I know you guys are living up in Mississippi. Did you ever get that camera for your back, one of your property's backyards? See what's going on back there, listen to all the craziness, the crazy yellings and whatnot. It is just crazy. House rent, needs to pay rent. I don't know. I think the ghosts were here long before my family owned this house. Let's see. I think my family started owning this house back in the early 90s. Yeah. I think the family obtained this after I got out of high school in 89. So early 90s. So I think these ghosts been here a lot longer than I've been alive, for sure. This thing's over a century old. For sure. But you never know. I have to get I'll try to get Miss T to come on one of these days. I don't know when she says I'll come on, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll let her tell that story about her waking me up in the middle of the night. There's somebody in my in the hallway whispering, two ladies whispering. I was like, there's nobody out there that's going to bother you. There's two ladies out there in the middle of the night. Have you ever had that happen? Have you come across disembodied voices that shouldn't be there? Or like with my sister and myself after my late brother Travis passed. You know, she got to hear his voice before I heard his. Mine was about maybe a month and a half, 2 months after she heard it, just a few days after he passed. And I heard him. Have you ever come across anything like that? James, what's up? Dark Woods. KJ V710. I'm glad you made it live too, brother. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to start this thing up officially like I do on my other side. And give me just a second to get the appropriate stuff up, and here we go.
Do ghosts really exist? Are we alone? Is there life after death?
It looks like a giant ape with a man's face.
It's Wednesday night, October 13th, and it is 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern, and 6 p.m. over on the left coast. And this is Chasing the Truth on the Dark Waters radio channel over on the Paranormal radio app, and Chasing the Truth Shawn G on the YouTube side of things. Hey, what's going on, folks? Just to get everybody straightened up. What you drinking? What you going on? My coffee tonight is medium dark roast. I think it is Walmart brand. Still good. Awesome stuff. Thank you, folks, for being a part of the show tonight. It looks like we've got a growing. Let's see how many people I've got in here. Only 7 ups. Well, what's going on here? Let me refresh something real quick. But, yeah, 42 watching. Holy cow. So quick, so fast. You know, there's been some times when I've been over on the Dark Water, or over on Dark Waters channel. Hadn't had 42 listening to me, but 42 is listening right now. All right. So, today, October 13th, William Shatner, folks. Just to let you know, William Shatner went to space today. Old Blue Origin took him up. Just to let you know, 90 years young. Now you say, well, how in the world does a 90-year-old get up in space? Well, there's no age limit. All you have to do is climb 3 flights of stairs in, I don't know how many minutes. 7 flights of stairs in 17 minutes or something like that. I forgot what the actual thing is. I was like, well, hell, I can't even do that myself. And Shatner can. 90 years old. He went up into space today. So mark that down on your calendar, October 13th. 2021. That's impressive. Thank you for everybody that has subscribed so far to my channel. It says 180, I think, on the bottom left-hand counter for this show subscriptions. Thank you for every last single one of you for subscribing and being a part of the Chasing the Truth family over here. Extension of the Dark Waters family, definitely. But wow. 1,080, I think 5. That 80 down at the bottom I don't think is the correct, well, you never know. It could be correct. But it was 1,085 over on my end of things on the YouTube. But, yeah, we're just going over some quick news. Titan, what's up, brother? And, Admiral Thoria says, my uncle, dad, my cousin swore that they heard the front door open and close and heard him cough. I can honestly tell you, I believe that without a shadow of a doubt. I have yet, usually, I don't think I've dreamed of my brother since he passed back in 2019. But I have heard him yell my name out like he's outside, yelling, "Hey, Shawn!" My sister heard him as well, but a few months earlier than I did. Have you come across that in your travels, in your lifetime? Somebody that's close to you that you loved, met their end, passed, and you heard them communicate with you in some shape, form, or fashion by a disembodied voice, or actually saw them walk through, or like with Admiathoria, her uncle. Let me bring that back down here. It says my uncle died. My cousin swore they heard the front door open and close and heard him cough. Have you had that kind of interaction? Had that communication from the other side? Ali says, "Hey, Shawn, I love your show." And Richard, the Bigfoot Whisperers, keep coming, brother. Cool. I'll watch, but I have never caught your personal page, Shawn. Well, KJ, I appreciate you finally caught it. Hopefully, since, you have to go jump through all these hoops when you break 1,000. You basically have to give your social security number and anybody that's related to social security number, along with all kinds of other crazy crap to get them to start reviewing your stuff. I Am Pan says, "Oh, lucid dreaming is how I met him, a young juvenile." Who are we talking about? Maybe when I'm out in the woods. I'll have to go back and look that up. Lucid dreaming is a topic all of its own. That's one of the things why I went into sleep medicine. Went in as a sleep tech. Just had made a stint in registered respiratory therapy, then went and started doing sleep medicine. Did sleep studies for a while, years and years in that field. Then went and started doing managing a sleep lab. Then became regional manager over five sleep labs for a few years. But dreams brought me and said, that's one of the things I want to figure out. And to tell you the truth, the medical side, all these doctorate theses and crap like that, they have no freaking clue why in the hell we dream. They've got some theories, that's about it, along with all of us. Gene, hey, what's going on? Appreciate you joining the live stream there. But yeah, the dreams, the prophetic dreams. We had many people, like for 9/11. Don't want to bring that up. That's still a hot topic, and it's still how many years after. A lot of people had prophetic dreams about 9/11 happening, and me included. Did you have anything like that? That's part of the things that we talk about, or I talk about on this show, Chasing the Truth. But, yeah, Thaddeus Cray, Wes says, my dad's finally working with me. Well, buddy, I've been praying about you. Hopefully everything will work out, As you grow older, the older you get, the more set in the ways you are with anybody. And if I reach your father's age, I'll probably be set in my ways. I know I'm set in my ways. And talk to Miss T, she'd probably say, yep, that old Shawn's definitely set in his ways. We have some discussions about how stubborn I am. But I'm definitely stubborn. Admiathoria says, my mom said she knew he visited her because her kitchen smelled like someone was smoking cigarettes. He was a chain smoker till the last 15 years of his life. Mom doesn't smoke. Well, here's another thing with this house, this old house. Had 3 or 4 people I knew personally, loved, part of my family, passed away in this house. My uncle didn't pass away in this house. My grandfather, my grandmother, both passed away in this house. No, 3 people. 2 people, definitely. But every once in a while, you can smell cigarette smoke in this house. Nobody smokes in this house because I'm the one who lives in this freaking thing. And you can smell cigarette smoke. Every once in a while, you can smell skull. You know, that tobacco, chewing tobacco skull? My uncle used to chew that, and red man chewing tobacco. And you can I haven't smelled that in a while. But have you ever had an olfactory visitation where, the only thing that you got was, well, that's a strange smell. Or smell my grandmother's old perfume. White linen, I think was one, or white linen. Distinctive smell. But this is unscreened, uncharted open lines, meaning I have no freaking clue who's going to call in. Don't have it scripted. But if you'd like to at least say hey, or I've got a story to tell you, or you won't believe what I've got to say, 931-994-6917 is the phone number to call and get a hold of me. There's nobody on the other end of that phone line other than me. There's nobody going to say, what are you going to talk about with Shawn? And it's just going to be me saying, hey, who are you and where are you from? You're on the air right now. But just wanted to go over, today William Shatner, he got pretty emotional after the historic Blue Origin flight. And he says, I hope I never recover. 90 years old and went to space 61 miles up off the firmament. Wow, is all I can tell you. One man band. What's going on there? Let me get another sip of this coffee before it gets too cold. And you know how coffee is when you get... I don't get why people like iced coffee. I don't know. It's just not me. Oh, yeah. But let's go and check out some other stuff. Just I usually pull up a couple of things just to go past and say, hey, if I got some minutes to fill without having to sit here and ramble on, we'll hop over to Phantoms and Monsters, Pulse of the Paranormal, phantomsmonsters.com, Lon Strickler's website, something that I have ventured forth and been as a part of his website, been on his show. He's been on mine. And I knew about his website long before I even thought about being on the air. Definitely. But he has a repository of all things paranormal, phantoms and monsters, cryptid stories, you name it. A decade plus worth of the repository of stories. I think even DW kind of partnered with him for a while, but he's got his own show. I forgot what his show's called, but October 13th, this is hot off the press over on Phantoms and Monsters. Golem-like humanoid observed in a tree in Texas. And looks like I've got somebody named Anonymous on the other end. Hold on just a second, Anonymous, and we'll get you on and click you over. Anonymous, you are on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, so your name's Anonymous. So what's going on with you?
I don't know, man. I'm just hanging out. What's up with y'all?
I'm trying to do a show, a paranormal, supernatural kind of show, see who's going to call in. Did anybody answer this phone other than me?
Well, I mean, I've got some supernatural things going on here. I mean, it's weird enough that, like this call came through, but I don't know if you can hear it, but there's these things like flying around my room right now, like, oh my God, they're gonna get me. Ooh, oh my God, they're gonna get me. Please, please.
And what are you smoking? Yeah. What are you smoking, Anonymous? Or are you drinking?
I don't know.
I don't know. All right.
I think they got me.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Honestly, if you don't have any other thing other than voice acting, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that sounds a whole lot better. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Anonymous. You are always welcome to do some voice acting again next time. So, appreciate you. And it looks like let me turn that pitch thing off to get this other fellow on. And Wes Vick, the Wes Vick, Thaddeus Cray of the...
Yeah, I was going to say, I was kind of trying to figure out, is that guy naturally a retard or is he trying really hard?
I don't know. I put him on a pitch modifier to make him sound like Mickey Mouse at the end.
Oh, my God.
I had to turn that off before I answered the phone on you. But I said, hey, call back in if you want to do some more voice acting.
Oh, my God.
Hey, that's the fun. That's the fun part, man. That's why you.
Hell yeah, it's awesome. No, I just wanted to. I had a couple of questions for everyone. Okay. The first thing is I appreciate everyone's prayers about involving my dad and myself. Things are moving along pretty well. We're finally able to kind of work together better than we were in the past. So he's still a little hard-headed, but we're doing good. The question I have is the next video I'm going to do is going to be on encrypted. I want to know what people want me to do one about.
Okay, well, let's see. All right, folks, what kind of cryptid stories or cryptid topic do you want Thaddeus Cray to do his next video on? How about the Aboriginal little people, that cryptid?
You know what? That's a good idea. I'll do that.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on just a second. We'll see what they got. It takes about maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds for the folks to actually start saying.
Oh, of course.
What they want to but little people, from what I understand from the Aboriginal Indians that I've spoke with, you do not, one, talk about them. Two, if you do come across them, you do not make any kind of deal whatsoever with them.
Yes,
Pukwudgie, impromptu truth. Pukwudgie, chaos, lemon heads.
I've done the lemon heads. I've done the same thing as the melon heads. I've already done one on that.
Okay. Yeah, Pukwudgie, lemon heads. What else we got going on here? Hard to tell.
A Titan, huh? I was going to say, I've actually done one on road made of human bones. Never even heard of that. That's interesting.
What? I'm sorry?
Miss T put up, what about that road made of human bones?
Well, that's not exactly a cryptid, but yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'll definitely, like I said, I'm taking down mental notes, and these are the next things that I will definitely be putting stuff down on. I'm actually making a mental list. Titans, I've already halfway done. I've done things on giants before, but I'll see if I can clarify on that. Definitely.
Oh yeah, Mogollon Monster. That's one of those shows that I go to almost religiously twice a week. He's got a laid back show. Definitely, I love just listening to him. Every once in a while, I'll jump on there, but yeah, he's got some cool people that follow him and chat over there. So Miss T and I usually go over there whenever we see him on there. So, Pukwudgies, Lemonheads, Rodabones, and Little People.
The Elementals, I've actually never done one before. At least not that I can recall. It's definitely an old world kind of thing that is actually fascinating. It's always fascinated me. I've just never really done anything.
Yeah. Let's see. Jenny S says Black Eyed Kids.
I'm going to be careful with that one because that's kind of bordering on the demonic, and it's not a bad idea. But right now, because I'm in a transitional period of everything, right now it'd be when I'm more settled, yes. But right now, let's leave it at this. That'll be definitely in the near future, but not the right future.
Zwickle says black-eyed adults. There's white-eyed adults as well.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff fascinates me. I'm just saying right now I'm going to kind of slow my roll when it comes to anything of that supernatural nature, at least for now. but it's not a bad idea. I'm actually, believe me, I think that'd be kind of cool to do a review or a theory on. I think that'd be a good idea. Definitely. I'm definitely going to do one on the little people and elementals. And I'm going to look up lemon heads. I wonder if they're the same. And puckwudgies, I think, are kind of along the same lines with little people. I might have to be, like I said, I'm going to have to be kind of careful with that. But I'll definitely be doing some research. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Admeothoria says snallygaster. Snallygaster.
Never heard of that.
Northern Maryland.
It's found in northern Maryland. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Definitely. Matter of fact, I'll look that up right now. I never even heard of that.
I've heard a few of them. Steve Stockton has a snallygaster video. I think he's done one story at least on there. Faceless people, dark woods has talked about.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Faceless people's fine. I've actually had, I'm not going to say faceless, but I've had encounters with shadow beings before, which I could see its face, but it was more curious than anything else. That might actually be a good one. Shadow people. That's actually a good idea. I think I'll do that.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely, yeah. This is all kind of, let's see here. A bird, okay. I think, the snallygaster, I think, is going to be the next one I do. This one's cool. I like it.
Let's see, Mothman. Well, there's been so many Mothmans out there. Even movies produced by Mothman. You know,
there was a very good movie, what was it? The Mothman Prophecies or something like that. It was actually, oh wow.
Oh yeah, Staircases in the Woods up there in the Northeast.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do. You know what? These are the next two I'm going to do because they're the ones that kind of ring clearly with me. Or three. I'm going to do the next one is going to be Little People, and the snallygaster, and then the stairs. Those will be the next three that I focus on.
Spearfinger is another one that's here local to me. Spearfinger's sort of like a witch / cryptid. Again, Steve Stockton has done a video on that as well. So Spearfinger's local. Definitely.
Okay. Bear with me. I'm trying to put things in kind of an order. Okay. The snallygaster, Little People, Spearfinger. Okay. Elemental. Okay. Elemental. Okay. I mean, this is definitely going to be very interesting territory. I'm definitely going to think.
Hatman.
Okay. Let's take a look at that.
Here's a question for you. Hatman and shadow creatures for Dragon ZW. So he doesn't get his proverbial boxers in the wad when I say shadow people, shadow creatures. Are shadow people, shadow creatures, and Hatman the same thing? Or same classification? Idea. Impromptu Truth, Skinwalkers. He says Shinwalkers, but Skinwalkers.
I've done that. I've done one on that.
Okay.
It's appreciated now. I'm very careful with that one. Yeah, I did one already, and I was having a little bit of problems after I did that one. So I'm going to slow my roll on Skinwalkers and things like that.
Yeah. Well, you could probably argue, with I think with Paranormal Roundtable. Don't know if it was this last show that he did over there, or the show before. He was talking about Dogman and the different types of Dogman, from the actual flesh and blood to the spiritual to the demonic, and Skinwalkers kind of hopped in there.
Good types of Dogman.
Yeah, believe me. Is it one and the same? Is it Dogman all spiritual, demonic kind of stuff? Which, a couple of stories, one in particular that I heard, especially from Love of My Life, Miss T, really jumps into the Skinwalker / demonically possessed werewolf type of crap. So. Oh
yeah, werewolf. I'll be honest. I mean, of course, I do stories about werewolves. I was always obsessed with werewolves since I was a child, but I'm also very aware of the origin of them things, the supernatural, obviously. And there's definitely something which ain't the best when it comes to werewolves. And I don't know. I think the legends of here's something else to think about, like the Bear Man. And what I mean by that is old Viking legends of Norse mythology and stuff like that. The Berserker.
Bear Man. I don't know. That sounds sort of like Dungeons and Dragons to me, but it's based off of Norse legends anyway. So
No, I'm serious. So there is a term. The term Berserker comes from Berserker, which means literally, I think, along the lines of spirit of the bear in Viking mythology.
Yeah, Dover Demon. Chaos
Dover Demon.
Theory and Impromptu Truth both suggest that's a cool one. So.
Okay, I'll definitely take a look at that. Dover Demon. Okay. Yeah, okay, that should do it for right about now. Let me see here. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's good enough for now. This is definitely
That'll
going
get you through the rest of October.
more like it's going to get me through at least a couple of months. So that's perfect. I appreciate it. Believe me, I will definitely put these up, and I hope people enjoy them.
All right. As always, Wes, appreciate you calling in, and keep it between the mayonnaise and the mustard, buddy.
Not a problem, man. You guys be blessed and be safe.
All right, brother. See ya. And that's Wes Vick over there. Wes Vick is the producer for this show, Chasing the Truth, and Dark Waters, and over on the Dogman Cams, both sides of Dogman Cams, and Vault of Nightmares. All 3, 4, 5. 4 or 5 shows that he deals with are people. Let's say people. Yeah, let's say people. There's 4 or 5 people he deals with on a almost weekly, if not daily basis. He's a good fellow, good soul. Please pray for him and his father and his current situation. He's moved out of a haunted situation into trying to help his dad, and how you try to help your dad. You get into ego kind of butting. But, everything has its limits and everything has its blessings. So I hope and pray that he does well. That line kills me. What's that in Proper Truth? But keep it between the mayonnaise and the mustard. Well, Chase taught me that. I like that so much, I think I'm going to adopt that. Keep it between the mayonnaise and the mustard. Monster. Keep it between the mayonnaise and the monster. Bigfoot Anonymous, brother, what's going on with you? How's that new movie happening? Is everything going all right with that? So, wow. So, first, let's see. Let me write this thing down. Anonymous voice actor. I'm going to put this as I've been trying to do when I do these open line shows and stuff. Just saying open lines. Well, what's in the open lines I've been trying to do in the description, who's called in, maybe if I can characterize what the call's about. I put that in the description. So, at least if you're trying to hunt and say, well, do I want to listen to this show? Do I want to actually peel through this show and see what's in here? You never know. So we got 2 callers so far on the unscreened open lines. Can you believe it? Bazaar. The first one was definitely bizarre. I don't know what the heck was flying around in that dude's mind, the anonymous, but he definitely sounded pretty cool at the end when I put that filter on his voice. But crazy. BF Bud, what's up? And let's get back to, hold on just a second, let's throw this over here and go over to my Safari screen to get the stuff up going on. Hop back over. Of course, if you want to call in, as always, 931-994-6917. We just went over what types of, if you wanted to hear stories, what kind of stories would you want to hear from Thaddeus Cray? Cryptid stories, or are you wanting more supernatural stories? It looks like we kind of dipped our toes in both ends of the pond there. I think they're about one and the same. Cryptid, supernaturals, Bigfoot. There's elements of everything. The poster that I did. Excuse me, that coffee kind of backed up on me a little bit there. That poster I did for this show with the phased out Bigfoot feet in front of an alien stepping through a doorway in the middle of a frickin' forest. I was like, yeah, that's exactly the stories I've been listening to here lately. People calling in and saying, hey, these things phase in, phase out. Definitely not an uncommon theme to stories that I've heard in the past. But golem-like humanoid observed in tree in Texas. A young man, according to Lon Strickler from phantomsandmonsters.com, the repository for everything that you want to ever know that had to do with the other side. things that you don't normally see on the street corner. Well, sometimes some people do call and say, hey, I've seen this. Definitely observed in a tree in Texas, a golem-like humanoid. A young man believes that he witnessed a golem-like humanoid in a tree outside the bedroom window. He thought that it was eating something. The next morning, found a half-eaten field of mice. And holy cow, Texas has got some crazy stuff going down there, brother. Not just Thaddeus Cray down there in Texas. You got these golem-like humanoids there, brother. Bigfoot, Dogman, you name it. UFOs out the yazoo. There's supposed to be another, UFO hotspot. Well, several hotspots down there. But yeah. Let's see. Let's do a summation of this. You know, this guy sees a golem-like creature in a tree in Texas, and it kind of reminds me, if Misty was on here and say, hey, doesn't that remind you of that SpongeBob thing that my grandnephew talked about? Yeah, the neighbor thing, whatever the hell you want to call that thing that she chased out of my house one day. But yeah, there you go. And next up, here we go. We got another caller calling in. Hold on just a second. Unscreened caller, we'll get you on the air. And, okay, unscreened caller, you are live and on the air. What's your name and where are you from?
What's up, Shawn? It's DW. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Dark Waters, what's going on, brother?
Not much, man. Just checking in. I did not get a chance to call into your last show when you were on The Fringe. I just wanted to call and tell you congratulations, man. I'm so happy for you. And to see you taking off the way you're taking off, man, it's amazing, brother. It really is amazing.
Oh, I was surprised how fast this channel got to 1,000 subscribers. You know, I didn't really put any effort into it except for 3 months, and then boom, 1,000 subscribers right then and there. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, people love what you do, man. And there's no unscreened open lines calls anywhere. I mean, there's literally nothing. So, I mean, you really have a beautiful niche just for yourself that you just have to develop and keep on working at, man. I just wanted to call in and say hello, tell you congratulations, let you know I didn't forget. I was just running around this weekend trying to get things together. And and I really like the whole Looking at Phantoms and Monsters blog because it's literally like the Drudge Report for the paranormal. People don't know that about Lon Strickler's content. Like, you can go back, I think, 40 years or 30 years, and maybe more than a decade. You can definitely go back and find just stuff, I mean, going way back. It's a repository for paranormal encounters. And he was one of the first people we partnered with at Dark Waters Radio, or Dark Waters channel years ago. So it's all in the family, baby. I just wanted to say, hey, I'm going to get out your hair.
All right, I appreciate you. I got a call right behind you, so I appreciate you calling in, brother. See ya. Unscreened open lines, caller, you are on the air. What's your name and where are you from?
Oh, hey, this is Casey Connor. I'm actually originally from Tennessee and currently live in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, so you just followed up, DW, Dark Waters just come off the line. So what are you calling in for? Just to say, hey, you're from...
Oh, cool, yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize I was live, but no problem at all, man.
Yeah, you are live.
I'm friends with... Cool, I'm friends with Connor Flynn, and he told me... He shot me your number and told me to call and tell you my Tennessee Bigfoot story.
So you're Casey Connor, huh? Is that your name?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Tennessee Bigfoot story. Where in Tennessee?
Yeah, Coffee County. That's all I'm willing to say publicly. But somewhere in Coffee County, Tennessee. It's in southern Middle Tennessee there. For anyone that doesn't know, it's about an hour south of Nashville and about the same distance north of Chattanooga there. And it takes place around, I think 91 to 92 is what I believe. So I was about 11 or 12. And the whole family, there were 6 kids and 4 adults. And we just did the total Southern thing of hanging outside, finding a place to, have a little bonfire. There was like a little creek and everything. It was a spot just a known spot where you could go hang out and do whatever. And we were just out there roasting weenies and, just doing marshmallows and just having fun. And the whole time, so we got there right around when the sun was going down, and the whole time we just kept smelling this insanely strong putrid odor. To my recollection, it exactly smelled like wet dog, like just dead, like a rotting carcass, and skunk. Just super strong, like those three smells combined together, just eye-watering strong. And with the smell would get strong, fade away, get strong, fade away. And, you know, being in the South, you're just kind of like, well, that's a skunk nearby, you know, not uncommon, whatever. Night goes on, and at one point, my dad kind of gets alarmed and thinks he saw something kind of cross the road, and he saw something out of the corner of his eye. So he pulls the shotgun out of the truck, just, you know, Southern thing, I guess. But, you know, he pulls the shotgun out of the truck because he's got all his kids and wasn't sure whatever. And so, you know, and we're all kind of on edge. And so I remember this part was kind of told because I was going over it with my sister who was there, and she was a year younger than me. And we both remember that, or she told me that, so all of that happened, and she reminded me that my two cousins went down toward the water where my dad thought he saw something, and they were like, "Oh, we totally saw something. We were throwing rocks at it, and we chased it off." Yeah, and you know, me being an 11 or 12-year-old kid, I was, you know, I won't swear, but I was like, "You guys are full of crap." You know, you're just trying to be the big shots here, and like, yep, we chased him off, so I paid it no mind. And, you know, we all calmed down, and my sister got scared, and she went and sat down next to my dad, and she says, "I'm going to sit right here," and put her hand on top of a lantern, but like one of those old school burning lanterns, you know, and burnt the crap out of her hand. She screamed so loud. I mean, just crazy. And, you know, that kind of disarmed us because we were like, okay, let's take care of the little one, make sure she's okay, and, you know, all of that. So that kind of broke the tension. We settled down. And as we're settling down, we're still roasting hot dogs and doing marshmallows and stuff. And at this one point, I mean, this smell is the strongest it's been all night. And it's just something is nearby. It's literally eye-watering thing. And we're just like, okay, this, you know, we're like, okay, something's here and it's so close right now, something's going on. And at the moment of the peak of all of us kind of being on edge, we just hear this sound, and I'm terrible at making sounds, but it was kind of like a yow kind of sound. And it scared the hell out of all of us, you know, because we were already on edge. We all jumped up. My stepmom says all she remembers is seeing assholes and elbows going over the back of the truck because we're all like, "Bail out, get out, let's get out of here." And we had the foresight though to be like, okay, let's put out the fire before we just drive away. So we do that real quickly. We all get out of there, and this is like a 1-lane road in the middle of nowhere that, you know, surrounded by completely forest and everything. So it's dark minus the light from the truck and the lights that we had. And so we all jump in this truck. We all go take off down this road. My dad's kind of getting us out of there. We're all calming down, you know, getting away from the danger, driving away. And I always had this habit when we were driving out in the country of just randomly clicking my flashlight on and off. Oh, excuse me. I would click my flashlight just on and off, just not like a strobe pattern, but just kind of click it on, click it off, click it on, click it off. Right. And so as we're driving away from this event, I started doing that because we're on, you know, it's totally dark. And the moment before I do it, though, all of a sudden my dad just like punches it enough to where we kind of feel it in the back of the bed. We're like, oh, holy crap. But he was also notorious of kind of doing that and being like, hold on, guys, you know, kind of messing with us kids. And so we kind of thought it was that. But at that second he punched it, I happened to click on the flashlight, and I mean, dude, I'm getting chills right now, but it was an 8-foot tall. I say white, but it could have been gray because it was so dark. And when you shine a light on something that's even remotely light in pitch black, it's going to pop, you know? So that's kind of why it sticks out. That's why it sticks out that it's white. And to me and my family, we say it's white. But basically, I clicked on the light and it illuminated this giant 100% bipedal hair-covered being that took this one-lane road in one step. And its pelvic hip area was even with the tailgate, and that's how I remember. Like if it had taken a step sooner, it would have ran into the truck. Or if I would just had looked left, because I had the back left spot of the tailgate looking back, and if I had just looked left, I probably would have gotten a face full of hair. But that's how close it was. And when I say one step, I mean it was like one side of the road. I saw its leg come out. It was right in the middle of the road. The following step was on the other side of the road. So it took that one, and I saw it perfectly side view. I didn't see the face or anything, but I saw like hands and arms, and its arms were just in crazy long, and it was kind of swaying. Kind of like, it's just like the Patty film, man. The side view when she's walking.
But speaking of the Patty show or Patty film or whatever you want to call it, back in the 50s when this thing took place, was this particular creature that you observed, was it hunched over and had that weird gait where that the Patty film and other Bigfoot films that I've seen?
Definitely had the gait. It didn't look hunched over to me, but as it moved, it was definitely like a ginormous thing moving. You know how? So I say it moved fast and slow at the same time. And what I mean by that is when you look up and see an airplane in the sky, it looks like it's going slow, but it's going hundreds of miles an hour, right? So like big things look like they're going slow when they're going fast. And that to me, because this all happened in a matter of seconds. It wasn't like it was leisurely, we were fleeting, and my dad had just punched the gas because they had come around a corner. And as I pieced it together as an adult, as they came around the corner, their lights illuminated it full front. Like they got full face, full view of this giant being, because it had to have been right there on the side of the road as we passed it, and it was just a small little turn in the road, and that's right when my dad hit the gas. And I think, and he won't say anything about it, never has since the incident. I've asked the other adults, my stepmom and my aunt, and all they say is, I don't know what I saw. And I have one more uncle to ask, and I think I can get it out of him.
Wow. Got a couple other questions about this thing.
Yeah.
It was a night, and you had a flashlight. So did it have any kind of eye shine? You remember what color eye shine it had?
So I had a side view of it. I didn't get a face shot of it. It was perfectly side. It didn't look at us. It didn't turn to look. It was, it was going across the street. Now, my dad and the adults that were driving up front, they might say different because, as I said, the headlights hit it as it was going around. So it had to have illuminated this whole creature being or whatever on the side of the road. And
So other people in the party that you was a part of threw rocks and other objects at it. How did this thing react to it?
I don't know, because I thought they were full of crap, so I didn't put any stake to it. And they came back to the fire and said, we chased it off. Somebody was there and we chased it off, is what they said. But I put zero stake in that because, again, I was like a 12-year-old kid. I was like, you guys are just trying to, in my head, I was just like, you guys are just trying to be the tough ones and be like, yeah, we took care of that problem. We're men. That's what I thought that was from, and I put zero stake in it.
So you mentioned that there was some noises being made possibly by this thing. Can you describe that again?
Yeah, so it was kind of like a howling meow. And a funny story about that was years ago, my cousin who was actually one of the ones that threw the rock at it, which now that I think about it, I should actually ask him about that and press him further about that. But he said, he sent me this game cam footage and said, with the caption of, "Hey, what does this sound like to you? ... So I click it open, and it is a game cam footage of a wildcat, or we call them wildcats. I think it was it was either a mountain lion or a bobcat, I think it was. But it was like a mating call or some kind of call from one of them, and it sounded so closely to what we heard, like it freaked me out. I said, dude, that's what we heard. And he said, that is exactly what we heard. So we think it was trying to.
I got a recording from a friend of mine, Flatwoods Booger, down in Alabama. You may or may not have heard this. Give me just a second. Let me cue this up, and let's see if I just played it at the front of the show to do a sound check, but let's see if you should be able to hear it. So was this even close to it?
Oh, no, it was less yelly. It was that last part. Yep.
Well,
it was
let's
similar
go back
to
there.
that.
Let's see if I can get that. That last part right there?
Like something. Yes.
Okay.
But it was kind of like a howling meow kind of thing. And so I should also say, so we went out there the following day and hiked around because, we were just like, let's just see. Let's see where it goes. No one's really walked out there. Let's follow that creek out. And my dad and uncle went down to the creek from where we had the fire, and they were walking around. And I do remember them saying, there's footprints down here. Somebody was definitely down here walking around.
Right.
Again, I was 12 years old, but man, now I'm like, oh, I'm such an idiot. I should have went down there and looked too. But I didn't, because again, like I said, I put zero stake in what my cousins had said, because I was like, they're doing that thing. So I'm like, nothing's going to be there. So we kind of walk off, and before you could kind of pull off into this area a little bit and kind of pull back, but now it's kind of really dug out and overgrown. But also at that time, so we go back, and as we're kind of walking back on this little trail, there's like about a 6-foot mound of dirt, and we walk over to it, and then there are 3 massive kind of ditches or trenches dug out, and they're about 4 or 5 feet deep. And then it goes, and then there's another one. There's like 3 of them, and the mounding dirt in between them, kind of creating these little berms, And so we had full intent of hiking back there, so we just kind of walk around them and jump over them. And in one, I don't remember which one it was in, but in one of those ditches was a deer, and its head was completely twisted around, facing the back. I don't remember it, but my sister told me she remembers that its hindquarters or something had been chewed on or eaten on. And, again, I was just kind of like, whoa, that deer kind of ate it on that, he must have not known that ditch was there and just ate it down in there. And again, as I get older, I'm like, oh yeah, deer don't do that. If anything, it would have broken its leg, or, it wouldn't have just gone head first down in there and spiked itself.
And, well, there was a guy that down in Alabama called into the show probably last month sometime. He said that he encountered a dogman several years ago, balled up in a little ditch, and said that he had encounters with scat where they had big, full-sized hoofs of deers in the scat. Did you ever come across anything like that?
No, not personally, and not in that area. And what I put together as an adult is what I think was that it had killed that deer and maybe stashed it there, and was coming back to eat, and then lo and behold, there's this little tribe of people here, and basically in between him and the fridge, or it and the fridge, you know, and it's all like, damn it, I'm hungry. I need to get these people out of here. And I think with my sister screaming like she did, possibly saved us, or at least disarmed it, and thinking maybe it was like, whoa, it screamed. Maybe I'll just scare it, you know, with an animal sound. I have no idea. All my opinion, you know. But yeah, that's a Tennessee Bigfoot story, man. The white one, dude.
Oh wow!
And
so
I don't know
how. Let's go back over the dimensions. How tall was it? How much do you estimate it weighed?
The weight, I'm terrible at. The height, I did get a good guess at, because that's what stuck out in my memory was where its hip and midsection, basically its pelvis, was, because of how I was looking at it and how quickly it had taken the step across the road. So I was, able to actually capture that image in my memory of it walking right there. So I got the good dimensions. I'm about 6'2", well, right in between 6'2" and 6'3", and 200 pounds. And I measured myself up against a truck, and my hips would be exactly 2 feet lower than where a truck bed or the tailgate is on a truck. And so I just put 2 feet onto my height, and that's how I came up with the height. And I've seen elk and giant bulls that are just, those breeding bulls that are huge and, muscular and stuff. I've seen large animals, but this was definitely like the largest and biggest animal or being or whatever that I've ever seen. And I couldn't really get good muscle definition, but it definitely didn't look pudgy or anything. It had just that long whitish grayish hair, and 100% bipedal, just same as us, just taking a step across the road, but doing it, we would do it in far more steps than how it took it. But, it was just a giant being, it was like, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know how to describe it, because you're like, whoa.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 months ago, I had a fellow on my show said that his girlfriend, while exiting a camper, almost fell over a bent-over Bigfoot that was albino. Literally.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is over in California somewhere. I'll have to go back in my notes and find out who that fellow was, but it was definitely over in California. And it was like, you did what? Say what? So, yeah, I've heard about the white grayish Bigfoot before. Not so much over here, but you would assume if they're living, breathing, aging creatures that eventually they would have gray hair if they're part of this world, for sure.
Yeah. As I say, even our dogs, that's a good one that people can associate. Dogs get that gray face, the white face, and they're not necessarily white dogs, but you've seen the tan dogs get the really white in the face, or get gray hairs. My Rottweiler was getting gray hairs, and so I just feel like it was definitely like an older one. I don't think it was like decrepit or anything, but it's definitely been around for a while. And I'd seen one, there's one, it's like the Pennsylvania white Bigfoot that came out. I can't remember how many years ago, but there was one where a guy had something happening, and he took his flashlight and just kind of had the camera and was just panning with the light and panning around, and boom, there it was, standing right in the tree, and it kind of screamed at him and ran off real quick, and it was all white, and it looked albino because I think it did have red eyes. and that's generally associated with albinism. But you know, and I don't know, man. I got to get that. I got my nephew working on my dad too about the description, because I talked to them about it, and he's told them stuff, and so I was like, see if you can get him to describe the face. I know he saw it.
Here's one thing, since you obviously invested a little bit of time from what I'm gathering from you into researching this stuff. Albinoism in humans, basically, you got the same thing: solid white hair, you got the pink eyes, but associated with that, you have very, very poor vision. So you would assume, just by association with that in humans, with the albino version in Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call them, they would not be able to see so well. So you would think that within whatever their family structure, pod, or whatever you want to call it, that they would be able to help each other and, allow this, if it was albino or gray or elder Bigfoot, Sasquatch, that they would have some sort of system in place to take care of these either handicapped visually or elderly versions of themselves.
And that's funny you say that, because I will say that the only thing my dad will say about it when we told the story is he said the reason he punched it and hit the gas was because he actually saw two of them. He saw the one that was standing there, the big white one, and he said he saw another one. It was up in a tree or up on the cliff or something, and he thought it was going to jump. He said he thought it was going to jump into the back and get one of us kids, and that's why he punched it. And, this was like he was borrowing his father-in-law's truck that was pretty new. So I knew he wasn't trying to like hot dog it or anything like that. You know what I mean? And he was legit scared, because I remember we went up to the stop sign at the end of that road, which is a good ways away, and they stopped, and there's like a cattle farm at the end of it, and that's it. So there's just like stockades of cattle everywhere, but no real houses. And we stopped there, and I remember, the adults checked on us kids, you guys okay? And, we're just like church mouses at that point, church mice at that point. We're, we're just like, what happened? But we know what we saw, And I remember him being at the front of the truck, kind of hands on his knees, probably having a panic attack. I just remember him kind of hands on his knees and bent over, and my uncle just kind of talking to him, and I couldn't hear what was being said or anything. And then, a few minutes later, we pulled it together and went home, and then went out and investigating the next day to see exactly if that was, what exactly was out there.
So, the moments after you got to safety, where you kind of were able to collect your thoughts and get over the initial fright or flight syndrome, what did you guys family talk about?
It was quiet the ride home. but it was all of us kids in the back of the truck, and the adults were in the front. But after the fact, we all, through our whole lives, had the story of, oh yeah, we saw a white Bigfoot, just very matter of factly, and 100% that's what we saw, but not into any detail. I'm the only one that's kind of really pursued it in any kind of fashion, and that's kind of really piqued my interest in everything. Just kind of everything, just anything, not necessarily paranormal, but just anything that's not normal,
Yeah.
and people say something, they've seen something. Hey, I'll listen to what you've seen. I don't care. Like I tell my friend, I'm like, hey man, who am I to say what anyone saw? I saw an 8-foot tall white being crossing the road. Like, who am I to say anything? But yeah, there's just stuff out there, and being in the South, there's of course all lots of folklore and stuff, but also our grandparents taught us young, like, there's stuff out in the woods. there's things out there. There's things out there. And then, you know, you kind of wonder, you know, they know there's animals and other things out there. So,
Well,
I mean,
back when I was a teenager, I lived in this hollow, right at the outskirts of Hollow, next to a 4-lane highway, not but 3 miles from where I'm sitting right now. And I've talked about this to Vault of Nightmares. I've never, let me just say this. I've never seen one of these cryptids, never seen one of these Bigfoot. But I do recall seeing, these 2 or 3 year old trees pulled up by the big root ball, fresh root ball, thrown up into a bigger tree. And I'm like, kind of file 13 it. But there was one thing that actually struck me funny just a couple of days ago. I've told this story, but never really thought anything about it other than what I told the story about. And I heard this baby crying up in the hollow, one of the hollows. And I told my dad about it. I said, I heard a baby crying up through there. And Dad said, that's probably a bobcat. Don't worry about it. Now I'm thinking about it. I've heard a story from this guy, Levi, over in North Carolina, talking about a baby crying. He and his wife was one late evening, around a little campfire, heard a baby crying in the woods, and he got up to go look. And he actually got fired for this from his job because he told the story. He went to look to see, if it's truly a baby, we need to go investigate and see if it needs help.
Yeah.
And he walks over there and spooks a male and female and a baby Bigfoot.
Whoa.
Yeah, and he gets fired from his job. He didn't disclose which company, but he worked for a company that worked on the old, the next generation Star Trek model of Enterprise. Worked on that and repaired it and stuff like that. But he told the story either the next day or the following day, but he got fired for telling the story.
Holy shit, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, but I thought about that, and I forgot to tell Miss T. She'll say, well, you didn't tell me about this. Well, I just thought about it a couple days ago and kind of, calmed down in my head, and I thought, what if that crying wasn't, as my father told me, a bobcat? What if it was actually a Bigfoot crying, a baby Bigfoot, or something like that? The possibility is there, So, based off of what I've seen of a tree being thrown up into a bigger tree by its root ball, there's evidence there that could lend a little bit of credit to that thought process I had. But who knows?
Yeah. What area in Tennessee are you, if you don't mind my asking?
I was in Northeast Tennessee, near Kingsport, Tennessee. I've been in Coffee County quite a bit, toward Murfreesboro and stuff, quite a bit. So I know exactly where you're talking about, and there's nothing but Tennessee walking horses as you can throw a stick at it through there in Coffee County.
That's right.
In Bell Buckle, Tennessee. The best place to go if you want anything that has to do with moon pie festivals. Moon pie festivals.
Yes, sir. RC Cola and moon pies.
Oh, yeah. So, I definitely know where you're talking about. And it's
I know where you're at. I got family at least that live up in, is it Sevierville?
Sevierville. That's where Dolly Parton lives.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
But I don't. I no longer. I live most of my adult life in Northeast Tennessee. I'm currently in Virginia on the Kentucky border, but I'm within about an hour's drive from where I was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm actually.
Connor wants me to ask you. Ask him about the current research in MT Hood, please, real quick.
I was about to tell you that.
Okay.
I'm actually moving back to Tennessee here in the next few weeks, and I'm going to continue on my research there in Tennessee, and I'm going to start with where I had my sighting and just kind of poke around there. And since I've contacted some friends, and I actually contacted one today and they're gonna go with me and stuff. But she's an intuitive, and I just kind of pitched an idea to her, and she actually told me a crazy story too, that that one of her friends actually has had some Bigfoot contact, and that she thought her friend was full of it, and she was out there one day and she was doing mind speak and asking them questions, but getting wood knocks as response. And
Really?
yeah,
I've heard several stories from a caller actually about mind speak and these intuitives or mediums or whatever you want to call them, refer to them. Can communicate with these things.
Yeah. And my friend Tyler, who I met Connor through, who has a podcast, quickly, is Bigfoot and the citizen scientist. And that's how I met him, and he lives out here in Portland, and we've had some encounters out here, and we're research buddies and stuff, and
that's cool.
He's a really cool dude. Yeah, he's a really cool
I caught
dude.
him on, I think he was on Mogion's channel, was it last night? Yeah, I think he was live on Mogion's channel one time here recently. I think it was last night, possibly, but yeah, seemed to be a cool guy, for sure.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. He and I were actually out at, a couple weeks ago, we were at the North American Bigfoot Center, and had the good fortune of meeting Tom Powell, who is a OG Bigfoot researcher who's written a couple of books and does a lot of stuff. And we were just chatting with him, and he mentioned to us about using an intuitive, and that kind of perked my interest and sparked me to ask a friend. So, and I have several good leads on some possible areas of, anywhere from, like, for sure Bigfoot being out there to, quote unquote, something big is out there making noise. Is what a friend told me.
Well,
I don't know what it is, but something large is out there making noise.
So how close would these Bigfoot families, or single Bigfoot loners, lone wolf Bigfoot, how close do they actually habitate near a civilization, like outskirts of a big city or outside of a town or something like that? Do they get that close, or do they actually encroach into the inner city?
All my experiences have come, I grew up in a very rural area. As you said, lots of walking horse places, lots of cattle, and cattle and chickens are pretty much the number one thing out where I grew up, so it's a town, but there's tons of space. We're also kind of going into the foothills of the Appalachia there, and some other major waterways. And the other areas that I've heard of my contacts down there, they're pretty much the same way. They're kind of close county-wise to where I had my sighting, but also at the same time, very small communities. It's nothing like, Murfreesboro or, bigger places like that. That's not to say that they might encroach or whatever, but, and as far as here in Portland too, I mean, like our research area is up in Mount Hood. We're way up there. And I think Tyler did move the spot because we got snowed out. Just the weather changed. We're so high up there. He changed out and went to, I think he's in either the Tillamook State Forest, or he's out on the coast right now in another research area where Sasquatch has for sure been sighted in that area too. So that's pretty much like, a mountain area, and then going out towards the coast is pretty heavily forested. But there are, some cities through there too.
Have you ever come across any stories that has been told to you directly about staircases in the middle of the woods?
Oh my God, that's so weird you brought that up. I was talking with my friend about this earlier. Holy cow, that is so wild. Talk about a crazy synchronization.
Yeah. There we go. It we were briefly just talking about Thaddeus Cray. Wes, my producer, called in, and he asked about a couple of things, what he could do videos on his channel, and somebody brought up, I think, maybe Impromptu Truth, possibly. Correct me if I'm wrong, whoever did suggest that, staircases in the woods.
Okay, no, I haven't been told the story personally, but I have heard stories from search and rescue people, you know, on hearing recordings of their stories, but it was from them, and where they were just super well out in remote areas on either training or doing an actual search and rescue on a hiker or missing person. And they were in this area. They said they kind of walked up and it just was like this giant staircase in the middle of the woods. Looked like it had been there the whole time, looked like it was part of the woods, but just kind of was just a giant staircase. And they said, if I can recall correctly, they said they were being compelled, they felt compelled to go explore and to go down and check out the staircase, but something was telling them also that if they went down that staircase, they weren't never coming back. They weren't like ever going to come back on this side of reality or wherever that
So you
led.
think this may have been a portal, perhaps?
I don't know. That's just the story I heard, and I've often kind of wondered. It could be a portal. It could be like a inner Earth thing, you know, or, you know, what is it, like an invitation? You know, like your energy is good, so they're like, "Hey, we're going to give you an opportunity, your own free will, your choice." But, you know, who knows? I just that was the story I heard, and to finish it out, they said they so I think they decided not to go down the staircase, obviously, but they continued on with the search and rescue, and I think the person was found, or they were coming back, and they walked right back in the same area where they had seen it previously, and nothing was there. They're like, absolutely nothing was there. Just was like a normal forested part, like no illusion, no optical illusion, where it kind of looked like a staircase, and you know. And these are search and rescue people, so they're very experienced hikers. They're very experienced trackers. You know, very experienced woodsmen and women, and you know, enough to where, you know, they're not going to get lost. They know, okay, I was just right here. This is this tree, you know. So high probability they were in the same exact spot where they had seen that staircase. But I heard about that, and I've often wondered that, because I go in the woods all the time, not just for Sasquatch. I love hiking. I'm a mushroom forager. I just like being out in nature, you know.
Oh yeah.
And
My
I've often wondered
stepdad
that
loves to do that, or did when he was able to get out in the forest. He'd talk about, I'm going to go hunt for hens and chickens again. And he wouldn't be talking about chickens. He'd be talking about freaking mushrooms.
Yeah, hen of the woods and chicken of the woods.
Yep.
Really good ones. Popping right now, actually.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, and so I'm out in the woods anyway, and so I'm just kind of like, well, I'm out here, and this is Sasquatch country, so hey, I'm going to be looking for mushrooms and hiking around, and I see the big guy in the woods. That's awesome, and if not, hey, I'm out in the woods, so that's just as cool. So.
Wow, Casey, this is one of the things why I like doing unscreened open lines. You never know who's going to call in. You know? I could have recognized a couple of people like DW's number, but I didn't really pay attention. And he answers like, "Oh wow!" Yeah. And then you call in. Yeah, crazy, amazing stories,
That's
buddy.
Awesome.
Anytime you want to call in,
That's
or
awesome.
if you want to do a whole show with me, or vice versa, doesn't matter. I'm all for it. Stay tuned if you're actually watching it on the YouTube. I'm going to be showing a screen grab from one of my own haunted house, the house I live in right now. Screen grab off of one of my security cameras upstairs. So stay tuned for that one. All right. Well, Casey, I appreciate you calling in, brother. Anytime you want to call in, feel free.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's just the Bigfoot story, and I've had lots of paranormal and other weird stuff happen, so ready to share it.
I'm all in for anything that has to do with supernatural, paranormal, cryptid, you name it. I'm all for
it. Sounds good, man. Well, you have a good night, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. God bless. See you later. Talk to you later, brother.
All right. Thanks.
Bye. All right. Thank you for Casey. Wow. Bigfoot in Coffee County, Tennessee, over next to Murfreesboro. I've been over there so many times. It's amazing country. Tennessee walking horses, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, over through there. Holy cow. If you ever want to go and see the frickin'est, biggest moon pie that you've ever seen, laid your eyes on, bigger than a flatbed of a big truck, go over there. And let me do a couple of shout-outs. Hey, Buzzard's Roost, appreciate you coming by. Stimulate. Bad SOB. Aaron Billings is over there. Mogion, as always, nice to see you over there. You always do a fantastic job with your shows. But I teased right at the beginning of this show when I first hopped on a couple minutes before the top of last hour. And, well, holy cow. It's already been quarter after. But you never can get off a phone when you have a good caller, just like Casey. Holy cow. But I teased about showing something. Now, Miss T and I were talking about a couple of things about what we need to do with the show and put out a little bit more content. And I'm going to sneak peek something with you. And it has to concerns with this house. I've told a couple of stories. One specifically about a staircase here in this house. And seen a little old lady at the top of the staircase about a couple decades ago, if not a little bit longer than that. And I don't know if it's associated with it, but it's something. But let me do some quick things real quick. Switch this over. All right. So anyway, let me preface this. This particular camera is at the top of my stairs. Security camera, and kind of keeps an eyeball on what's going on upstairs, since I don't go up there normally, maybe once every couple months or so. But in the middle of the night, Miss T, I don't know, I can't remember how long ago this was. It's been a few months ago. But we got on, and I said, hey, look at this. And she said, what in the world is that? And I said, what are you talking about? So here, I got 3 pictures, all the same picture. One's the same, I think, unedited. The other ones are enhanced or blowed up a little bit. Bad SOB, yes, I did. But I'm talking about a camera that's in my house right now, where I'm at. But yes, I did appreciate you sending me those photographs. But here we go. First one, right here. Now, this is the top of the staircase. Obviously, it's IR lit for sure. Okay, can you see anything at all in there? Look in far ground, everybody's going to say, well, that's pareidolia. Well, of course you can say that about anything and everything. As soon as you find it, you can dismiss it by pareidolia. Why not? Okay, but here's the second one. Now, that being said, there is nothing behind that staircase little thing right there. There's nothing. There's just empty floor right through there. Never, ever have I had anything in that hallway other than my full self on crutches up there. And there's nothing right there. Never, ever. And this is a little bit more enhanced. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip here. What do you think about this? What do you think this is? Do you see anything else in this picture? Here's the first one. This is the one that is basically just a freaking screen grab. Lisa Ray said that looks like a skeletal alien. Let me see. Hold on just a second. I'm highlighting something and their freaking thing is not letting me highlight anything, but let me move this chat pop up to here where everybody can see it. Yeah, that works a little bit better. I should have leave that at the top of the thing anyway. So, yeah, the rails. Buzzard's Roost, the rails right there. There's nothing behind the rails at all, other than probably about 5 feet to the doorway on the left-hand side, which was my old bedroom when I was in college. And there's a little sitting area next to the window with 2 chairs on either side of, you can see one chair, but there's nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, there's nothing there. Period. What do you see? Do you see anything? Lisa Ray says there is, let's see. Let me pop it. Well, now my thing doesn't work. Why is that not working? Well, fracking, heart attacking. There we go. Let's do this again. Now, yeah, there we go. There we are. But yeah, there is something definitely there. I can't tell you what it is. There's a chair and a lamp, but the lamp is up against the back of the wall and the lamp is behind the chair. But this is the middle of the night. The only person in this frickin' house is me. And I can guarantee you I hadn't been up those stairs during the night since I've been here. The second time since I moved in, since I lost my left leg in an accident 6 years ago. So what is that thing? The only other person that's been up there during the night was my late brother. He stayed up there a couple of nights way back when. But he wasn't in that room back there. I can guarantee you that. But I see a Bigfoot face. Alrighty. I don't know. Honestly, what do you think that is? Do you think this is actually the one unedited version of the picture? That's actually what it looked like when we screen grabbed it? No Hero. This is the second floor of my house that I'm doing this show from right now. That's not directly over me. The staircase is not directly over me. It's probably about 15, 20 feet from the back of my head and then upstairs, which I'm facing the outer wall toward the my back or my side yard. But yeah. Anytime that we're going to be talking, Miss T brings some stuff up about code names and stuff. Since this is a brand new channel, I do not want to get on the bad side of YouTube with their crazy AIs and stuff. You got to use code names when we're talking about certain things and, list those certain things. Yeah. You can't talk about certain things or they will get rid of your butt. Without a doubt. But what do you see here? This is what, honestly, what do you see anything here? What is this thing that the arrow and the highlighter, the magnifier glass is? Miss T says, I don't, actually I do disagree with her to a certain degree because I know there's something there. I don't know if it looks like a donkey. Or a rabbit thingy. There's something there. Is that a bug on the lens? Well, if it was a bug on the lens, it would distort just about everything. And it would be there to the point where I would have to go up there and clean the lens. So, Looks like a grinning Bigfoot. I'm not exactly sure I agree with you there, Stimulate, but hey, everybody's got their opinions, and I disagree to a certain extent with Miss T about it looks like a half donkey. It might, maybe, if you look at it and strain your eyes real quick. I don't know, but she sees a whole lot more than I do. You see anything else in this picture? At all. I'll go back to the first one. Here. This is the unedited one, and we're going to do a little short on this thing. It's not a bug, yeah, that's for sure. Definitely not a bug on the lens. It looks like it's got its hand on the rail, as Lisa says now I'm looking at it, yeah. Looks like it's got its hands on the rail. Not the thing you circled, just to the right of it. Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. Let's see if do I have anything that has like a tip arrow? Okay. Let me move this up here above here. And let's see if I can move it. Are you talking about right here? Or Stimulate where the end of the arrow is. Not this thing right here. Right here. Is that where you're talking about? So I just highlight with a red arrow. Is that what it looks like right there? Is that what you're talking about? Behind the column. Hot shower time. Thaddeus Cray, Wes, be good. Yeah, man, appreciate you helping out with the show and calling in earlier. Further to the right. Oh, right here. Is that what you're talking about? Holding the rail. Okay. Well, she actually pointed that out to me earlier. Current picture. I don't have a current. Miss T, if you can jump on the camera system and look back. Miss T says, see Shawn, ha. So, yeah. Miss T, send me a daylight shot of this so I can pop it up on the thing. And then we can go through all this and definitely show you there's never been anything next to that rail at all. In the years I've been here, there might have been something there momentarily, like, you know, a dust pan or something like that up there, a mop or whatever. But, yeah. What do you think that is, folks? And there's that. That's an enhanced, color enhanced a little bit. The black and white is, let's see, here's the unenhanced version, and this is the enhanced version. I don't know what it is, couldn't tell you. So, got some squatters in the attic, coming down from the crumbs at night. I would not want to be in here with anybody be in here that I didn't invite. That's all I can tell you. They definitely would not be walking out of here if I didn't invite you. So just to let you know that. So there's no doubt in my mind that's not a squatter. Whatever the hell that is blocking out the chair, the side of the door frame underneath the rail, handrail. Buzzard's Roost. Yeah, but if you smell it, then you're out of here. Appreciate you dropping by, though. Everybody has their own opinions. I'm just asking what your opinion is of this stuff. So there you go. Go back up in the attic. The last time anybody's been up in that attic's been a couple of decades ago, that I'm aware of. I'm sure there's probably been somebody up there in the last decade, but nobody I'm aware of has been up there since I've been here 6 years ago that I'm aware of. But yeah, this old place, if somebody's upstairs, you definitely know they're upstairs. And yep. So just to let you know, what do you think that is? Is that just some weird compression thing that's in the night vision on so many cameras that you see in night vision? And looks like I got actually, hold on just a second. Yep. Well, I don't know. Can I turn that around? Maybe. Let's see if I can turn that around. It arrived on me. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I can get that. There we are. Let me see if I can save this. I don't know if I can save this or not there, sweetheart. Let me send this back to you so I can... send it back to you so I can save it to a point where I can actually get a hold of it there. But you never know. You never know. Hold on just a second. Get this chat back up so everybody can see what I'm doing. And I'm going to be mumbling and talking as I'm working here to get that comparison shot up and going. So you can see what the heck's going on. Let's see. All right. Where's my... No, I already got it, sweetheart. You don't have to send it back to me. I already got it. But it just showed up up on its side. So give me just a second and we'll get this secondary picture. I should have thought about it earlier, but I didn't, as I was prepping this show to get this thing up here and running. But what do you think that thing is? Is it weird stuff? Is it too paranormal? Or did you jump in here like a couple of people said, hey, well, I'm here for the cryptids. But this isn't chasing the cryptids. This ain't chasing the paranormal. This is chasing the truth. So, let's see. God bless you. Marrie says it's a spirit and a friendly one. Well, I'm not exactly sure about, anything that's over on the other side that's coming to visit me. No hero talking to Shawn. No, what are you talking to me about? Hold on just a second. Let me get this image up and running. Upstairs. Four here. There we go. And grab this one and see what I can come up with. All right. And let me resize this one. Oh, this will be all right. Yeah, okay. I can go back and forth. This is actually, I think, from earlier, last couple of days at least, so you can get a comparison. So let me transition this back over to... All right, let me transition this over. This is actually last couple of days at least. Now, this is daylight version. And then this is the nighttime version. See, there's nothing up there. And this is the nighttime version. So, tell me, riddle me this. What is that? Shell Ashley says, wait a minute. Let me get this. Partially transparent. Okay. Go back to the day version. Obviously, there's nothing there. There's never been anything there on that part of the hallway at all up there. Behind the handrails over there. So you tell me that. What is that? You could say it's not a bug. A bug would definitely be lit like a vibrant lamp. I've seen bugs on this camera system so many times. You know what it's a bug or not. So, zoom in a bit. Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can. Let me get to this particular one here. Okay. Here's the zoomed in version. There's that. Is that zoomed in enough for you? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. It's interesting to say the least. Stimulate says, let's see, what did Stimulate say? Something just like this was on my parents' cam a couple of weeks ago, Shawn, but shorter. Well, I can honestly tell you, if this thing is as tall as I think it is, it's about as tall as a 5-year-old. OT, on the daytime photo. I got you. Cool. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. Hold on just a second. We'll get this. I can zoom in just a little bit. There you go. Yeah, I got it. I think they wanted to see the daytime photo a little bit to see, what is that? You can see there's nothing, absolutely nothing right there where this thing is hanging over the rail or behind the rail. So Chris says, that's creepy, brother. Well, yeah, sure. Now that I look at it, I see a couple glowing fucking eyes there. Now that I'm sitting here looking at the damn thing. A donkey ghost, Aaron Billings says. Well, okay, if you say so. I don't see a donkey, but I see there's definitely something there. But anyway, that's what Miss T and I came up with. And give you just a heads up. I'll give you one more look. This is what's the daylight version of this thing looks like. In daylight, and you can obviously see there's nothing. You can see how far back the actual lamp and sitting chair is back there versus this. So, however you want to look at this, however you want to go and say, well, I don't know. What the hell is that thing? Well, I don't know. You tell me. That is part of what, we came across today. Well, this is actually a few months ago, I think. Isn't that right, Miss T? A few months ago? OT, I saw a donkey as well, and so did Miss T. Well, tell you the truth, she's going to... she's going to say, I told you so, which I'm probably sure that's what she's... Yeah, right there. So, yeah. But, that's part of what's been going on in my house. For sure. This is definitely from my house. Oh, Miss T just sent me a message with a... Okay, I'm looking there, Miss T. You just tell me what's going on. And I did do some highlighting stuff, so just I got it. I appreciate you there, Miss T. I'm actually talking to her as she's typing to me. But I did zoom in on my end. I could do that easy over on this end. Once I got the picture up, I can zoom in, zoom out, put the arrows and whatnot over there. But, yeah. Anyway, that being said, that's what I teased at the front of the show a couple hours ago, and it's 36 past the hour. And this is Chasing Truth, Unscreened Open Lines. You never know what you're going to get when I answer that phone, which obviously the first Yahoo was doing some voice acting. I kind of manipulate his voice a little bit, but yeah. If you want to call in, 931-994-6917. If you want to tell me what you think you saw in that picture, which this picture right here. Let's see. Nope. Got rid of that one. Yeah, this picture right here. If you want to tell me what this picture is, says if it's a donkey ghost, let me say it's now donkeys are used around here, smaller farm animals to deal with predators. Well, I can tell you, this old house, back when my dad was with it and when he was still alive, he did some metal detecting in the backyard and found the remnants of a horse tie out in the back when this was an old convenience store for the region, where they actually tied their horses up and the D rings and stuff were out there. So, it's in the backyard. It was in the backyard. So, yeah, this old house used to be next to a general store. Well, the general store now is a parking lot for cars in my side yard, which I'm pointed toward right now. But, yeah, could be. I don't know. I've never heard of anything that looked or sounded like a donkey, but, OT, definitely. Miss T says thank you, for sure. Just to let you know, she's probably going to give me an earful full after this show and saying, I told you so. I told you what I seen. I said, well, sweetheart, I didn't see it and still don't see it. But Lisa Ray, scary stuff. Gray Alien, No Hero. Which, No Hero, Misty, and you probably are on the same page about a lot of stuff that happens on these videos that you see on YouTube with what you think might be ghosts, might be actually gray aliens. So tell me what you think. It doesn't have to be about this frickin' picture that we captured here in my house on my second floor. Doesn't have to be about this, but if you got an opinion what this thing is, call in 931-994-6917. I'd love to hear your opinion for sure, without a doubt. Let me know. Let's see. Keith King, so happy William Shatner. Wait a minute. Yeah. I talked about William Shatner earlier. Goes to orbit 61 miles above the Earth through Blue Origin earlier today over in Texas. 90 years old. Guy's reaction was so honest, him crying, I'd be the same if it was me. I'd done it in my dreams, but then again, I can't. Whatever. I want it in my dreams. Yeah, sure. 90 years old. And up in orbit, 61 miles above the firmament. Can you believe it? Now, they said that he had to pass a test where you go up, I think 7 flights of stairs in so many minutes. Which, one set of stairs to me is a handful of minutes, easy because of me with one leg. But I'll never make it up there. But, yeah, good luck. God bless William Shatner. For sure. I actually had him on a story earlier. Let me pull that story back up. Phantoms, Monsters. Yeah, there he is. He's still there in that storyline. Hadn't moved there. Let's go back over here to the Safari screen and kick us back to chat pop back in here. And there you go. I actually did this story earlier. USA Today, headline, William Shatner gets emotional after historic Blue Origin flight. I hope I never recover, which I can see that. After portraying Captain Kirk and then Admiral Kirk, then back to Captain Kirk, for how many decades, how many movies, he actually finally makes it to space via Blue Origin. So definitely a momentous October 13th, 2021. That's, you need to mark that on your calendar. I think did one of the other Star Trek members actually make it to space via, I think their cremated ashes made it to space earlier, a few years ago. Maybe Scotty did. The guy that played Scotty made it to orbit, made it to space before him. But only not a living state, in an ashes state. But wow. Let's see. JLF, yes, he is 90 years old for sure. That is, yep. Yeah, he's definitely 90. He's definitely 90. I actually had to ask my digital assistant how old he was, and I was like, he can't be 90. He's like early 20s when he started doing this thing back in 69, but if you sit down and think about it, that was 50 years ago. 30 years old plus 50 some, yeah, 90. There you go. All right. Well, let's see. Keith King. My email is actually at the top of the screen there if you're on YouTube. Shawn G at imdarkwaters.com. It's currently in red, turns blue and white up there at the very top. That is my email address. Shawn G at imdarkwaters.com. But, yeah, I can send that to you there, buddy. Give me just a second. Kind of wonder sometimes that people don't see that stuff, but I can get it. They're looking at everything else under the sun, but they don't really read what's going on. But there you go. IamDarkWaters.com, Shawn G, and wow. So far, we've had, let's see, four fantastic callers. I'm including the first one with the voice acting, talking about what was going on. Cool. I look forward to seeing it. Let me get my email up here to see when it pops up. Let's see. Oh, well, looks like I got something from, let's see if I, oh. That's interesting. What is that? Is that, let's see, Shell. Is this actually a screen grab from my current screen? That's interesting. What is that? My cat hates my guitar. Well, Marrie. Cat don't like it. Cat rules everything, just to let you know. Cat rules everything. They don't know anything. Phil C., howdy there, buddy. You missed the picture, but interesting. Email sent you a pic I took of your pic using a filter that reverses black and white a couple minutes ago. Yeah, I got that picture. Give me just a second. I'll pop it up here. Let me redo this thing right here, and then drag and drop this over here. And hopefully, it may take me just a second because as OBS, once you start adding pictures, it takes just a second to get this here stuff going. But we'll try it here. No, I don't want to add a scene. I want to add a picture. Add a picture, buddy. Hit the right thing there. Mark it right. Shell F sent me this in just a second. I'll show it to you. This is actually a screen grab from, well, got to resize it though. Got to resize it, then put it on there and resize it again, and hopefully it will come out all right. Okay. Now let me pop this back here in front of this. All right, so okay, here is the original picture transition. This over, and Shell F sent me a screen grab of this, and she did a little enhancement, and this is what she got. Reversed imaged it. Something at the end, let's see, there's a shadow of the post, the post there, handrail post, but there's something there in the background. There's a ghost in the machine. But yeah, here's the original. So what she took is right behind that post back there. So I guess that's maybe something. I don't know. Interesting to say. Interesting altogether. What do you think that is, Shell? Let's see if she said included something. Nope, she just included it in the email. Just that attachment there. Gray aliens, no hero says. Which, oddly enough, Miss T and I have that discussion quite often. That is it gray aliens or not? You know, the shadow creatures, people, whatever you want to call them. I've seen them. Hey, yo, I'm running late tonight. Well, they're running late tonight. How you doing? My name's Shawn. So, anyway, yeah, let's go back here. This is the enhanced. What the hell is that? Let's see if I can put, superimpose Shell's picture right over there and see if we can move this over here a little bit. So I guess Shell is right to the right of that post, and there's something back there. Okay, we got a caller now, and give me just a second, caller, to get you on the air, and you'll be live in 3, 2, 1. Unscreened caller, you are on the air. What's your name and where are you from?
What's going on, Shawn? This is
Hey.
This is Badsob 83.
Hey, Badsob, what's going on with you, brother?
It's another day in paradise, brother. How you doing?
Oh, just doing a show and showing some odd pictures I've caught in this old house of mine.
Yeah, I see that.
So what do you think about that thing?
I'm not really one to speculate on the whole paranormal stuff. I kind of deal with more of the realistic stuff. So
All right.
I've had a couple of experiences that I've never really talked about.
All right.
I've shared it with one other person, and that other person may or may not be in the chat tonight. But yeah, I had what I believe was a Bigfoot encounter back when I was about 12.
All right.
Had myself, my younger brother, and I don't want to say our two girlfriends. It was two female friends that we had growing up. Just kind of grew up together. We were all poking around in the woods. I had a new pellet gun. Just down there being kids, shooting cans, doing all kinds of dumb stuff. And got about maybe 200 yards inside the wood line. And so we saw what looked like a black bear just kind of hunched over, kind of like if you'd seen him eating from like a food pile or a food plot. And we couldn't really make out what it was. It was maybe 70 yards away from us. But apparently it took note of us whenever we took note of it.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing sprawled out flat on the ground like a starfish, like arms and legs fully extended, just like a starfish, and used its fingertips and its toes and darted off faster than anything I'd ever seen. But it left its arms and legs straight out. Like it didn't bend at the elbows or the wrist or anything like that. Just straight up fingertips and toes, and it rained down into this ravine.
Okay. So where was this starfish, star whatever, where was this located again?
This is in St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay.
But had come across that. Us being kids, didn't know any better. We figured, some crazy shit in the woods. So we turned around and hauled ass out of there as fast as we could. But that's all I had for a potential Bigfoot encounter. Hadn't really done any more research or anything like that into the matter. Just kind of chalked it up as something crazy. But much later on in life.
Well, first, go back to the star thing that you encountered. What do you think it was?
It looked like a black bear hunched over. So whenever it laid out flat on the ground, it was like if you were to make a snow angel, just like how you got your arms and your legs out at your sides. That's how this thing flopped down face first on the ground. And then just, like I said, with its fingertips, like if you were to make a little caricature and you had your fingers act like you're, walking down a street. Mm-hmm. That's what it did. That's what it did with its fingertips and with its toes. And it like left its arms and legs sprawled out like a starfish and darted off. And I mean, this thing probably moved 15 miles an hour on its toes. And that was enough to scare the shit out of us.
Oh yeah, no doubt. You had a Bigfoot encounter, or is this the Bigfoot encounter?
I believe that was a Bigfoot encounter, but I've got another 2 incidents that happened much later on the same property, no less. But that all happened when we were early teenagers. Later on in life, I had gone through a bunch of other stuff and ended up being a private contractor. Came into some money, and my grandfather was looking to move out of his house, and I ended up buying that same property that I had potentially had that Bigfoot encounter on back in 2000. It wasn't until 2010-ish when I started having some real crazy stuff happen that I had no idea what it was. Didn't have anything to base it on. There wasn't anybody to contact. It was absolutely ridiculous. But started off with I had 3 guard dogs. They're Dobermans. Our family had been raising Dobermans for quite some time. But came home from work one day, and the dogs weren't around. And I've got 6 acres of cuttable grass and another 26 acres in the woods. So they've got ample room to run. I've got a shock collar. It's like one of those underground fences. Just buried the line all the way around the perimeter of the property, so they couldn't, potentially get out. They were all trained on the shock collars and whatnot, so didn't really think much of it. But it wasn't unlike them, to go terrorizing the neighborhood, and chase deer and squirrels and rabbits, foxes, raccoons, whatever. But came home from work one day, and the dogs weren't around, which was not normal. So started looking around, calling them. Couldn't get anything to, couldn't get them to show up for love or money. I've got this old school bell that sits on my back patio, and it came off of an old steamship. My grandfather had put it there, and that was our, quote, dinner bell. We'd be out there messing around in the woods, and he'd ring that bell, and we'd all come running out there because we knew it was time to eat. Well, turns out the dogs did the exact same damn thing. So I'd get out there and I'd ring the bell because I'm one of those people that can't whistle for shit. So I don't care how many fingers I put in my mouth or whatever. I'm just not that coordinated for some odd reason. So ring the bell, and the dogs normally come running. This time they didn't come out. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. I just kind of left it alone. I was like, well, they'll get hungry. They'll come back. Not that big a deal. So next day, get up, go to work, come back, still no dogs. I'm like, all right, this might be worth investigating. So poking around in the woods, and I see them maybe 200 yards inside of the wood line, and they're all just passed out on the ground, bellies gorged full of deer meat, and you can see a deer carcass sitting off to the side of them. I'm like, okay, I already know what you guys did. Not that big a deal. So a couple of weeks goes by, and a similar event happened. Came home, no dogs. I was like, that's cute. So I figured they were up to the same thing. So I went back into the woods. And there's nothing around. There's no dogs. And I thought that was kind of interesting. So I came back up the yard. Again, tried ringing the bell to get him to come. Nothing. So chalk that up as another loss. Do the same routine. Go to bed. Get up, go to work. Come home. Now, my house is set up. It's a ranch style, and it's got a 3-car attached garage, but it's set up kind of like a breezeway. So the breezeway is kind of like my front door. And from the breezeway, you can look straight through the back of the house. So that day, whenever I came home, opened up the front door, still haven't seen the dogs. And as I walked through the breezeway, there's a slider door that leads out to my back patio. And I can see that from the front door. 9 out of 10 times, don't think anything of it, just walk straight past it, go into the kitchen, unload my pockets from the day, normal routine stuff. This time I close the door, start walking down that little hallway, and I see a bunch of what looks like trash in my fence. It's a chain link fence. It's about 4 foot high. I'm like, okay, that's new. So I get a little closer to the door, and I see that it is my dogs that had been ripped apart. I can't begin to tell you in how many pieces, but if you've ever taken or heard of people using the red Solo cups and making designs on a fence, like normally they'll just spell out words and whatnot. The dogs were ripped apart in such fashion. All their organs are still connected and whatnot, but all of the organs and parts of their legs and vital tissue is stuffed and poked through the fence like they were put on display. And that was all three of them going over about a 35-foot stretch of my fence. And
I have heard, I've heard of canines, coyotes turned inside out.
Yeah. I'd heard similar stuff about that. Yeah, but I'd heard of that stuff, but I had never actually witnessed it. So coming home to this, I'm like, well, that's really cute. So called the cops, and I'm like, we got to try and figure out who or what has done this. I knew pretty much all my neighbors around there. They're not capable of any of that stuff. Most of my neighborhood is, I don't want to say elderly, but they're, 55 and up crowd. I'm the younger guy in here. Most of them, don't have any guns, not familiar with hunting or any of that stuff, so that they're not going to be doing anything barbaric.
Okay.
Like most they do is sit on their porch and drink tea. But call the cops. They show up, take statements, take pictures, pull everything down. Give me a couple different phone numbers to call if anything crazy happens. So later on that night, after everything had happened, I wake up at like 2 o'clock in the morning to this loud banging on the side of my house. And it spooked me at first. I couldn't figure out what it was. I got all these yard lights. I didn't have any surveillance cameras at the time, but had big, huge LED lights that I put at all corners of the house. Kicked all those on, and the banging stopped, but I didn't see anything move or run away. So I thought everything was kosher, so I'd go back to sleep. About 40 minutes later, I hear something substantially larger than a raccoon running, and I'm not talking like gently walking, I'm talking running across my rooftop. And that was a little unnerving. So I got up, kicked on all the lights again, and sure as shit, as soon as all the lights come on, everything stops. Didn't hear anything jump off the roof, didn't hear anything land, nothing running away. So kind of figured it was going fine. If I'm like imagining something, can't really explain it. Turn out all the lights, go back to bed. Get woken up at 4 a.m. now to something growling, and not quite a howl, but like growling and yelling inside of my damn chimney, and it's echoing throughout the house. Like if you've ever used a megaphone or a road cone and used it like a megaphone, that's kind of like what my fireplace did, and it amplified everything throughout the house. Shook and rattled my windows like crazy.
So you think that this thing jumped on top of your house and yelled down through your chimney?
Yeah, I know it happened, because whenever daylight occurred, I actually got on the roof, and there was all kinds of torn up shingles, and I've got bricks missing from my top side of my chimney, and then it's got like a rodent squirrel cage on top of it to make sure you don't get intruders inside the house. And that had been ripped off. So kind of figured something crazy was happening. I couldn't explain it. So, like I said, daybreak came, found all that stuff, came home from work, fixed the roof, went and bought a whole bunch of cameras, set them up around the house.
Mm-hmm.
And it was maybe, I don't know, 2 to 3 weeks goes by, and I get the same thing happen again about 2 o'clock in the morning, where something would jump on my roof rip the screen off the top of the chimney, and it would just yell and growl like there's no tomorrow in my chimney, and then it would leave. And this happened for about 3 months. Shortly after that, everything kind of went stagnant. Didn't have anything else happen. So didn't really think anything of it. Past that point, it was just, all right, something was pissed. Apparently, I don't know, I couldn't correlate it to it attacking my dogs or killing them, but I just knew some strange shit was happening. So, a couple months goes by, and I had gone out to the local pound and got some rescue dogs, and I got there's a Chow Husky Pit mix. He's all black and brindle with a little white spot on his chest.
Mm-hmm.
Got an Akita and a Malamute mix. Big, huge, fluffy white cotton ball. A couple little brown streaks on them.
Oh yeah,
and,
those things would get big, I would assume.
Yeah, both of them were about. The Malamute was maybe 140 pounds, and the Husky Pit mix was maybe 120. But still decent sized dogs. And having longer furred dogs or thick coat dogs, they don't really like being inside whenever it's summertime. They like being outside with the breeze and everything else. So I had them, couldn't really get them trained on the shot collar fence. They got out a few times, and so I was relegated to putting them on a chain. And like I said, they didn't want to come inside the house at all. So they opted to stay outside on their own volition. I'm like, okay, that's fine. So dogs are outside. They're on a chain that's probably 90 to 100 feet long each. So they've got ample, running space to go in, out, and around the front yard. Everything was fine for a couple years. So the first event where dogs were killed and everything started happening, yelling in my roof, yelling in the chimney and whatnot, that was all in 2010. So 2016 comes around, and I had a good year at work. Figured I'd go out and get myself a new toy for Christmas, and I ended up buying an M82A1 50 BMG.
Oh wow! So where in the hell? Where do you live to be able to fire a 50 BMG?
Well, we've got dedicated ranges in, out, and around the St. Louis area. You got to be part of a pretty prestigious gun club in order to do it. You got to go out there and have qualifying times and range certs and a bunch of other fun stuff. But nothing was shot outdoors. It was all shot at a range.
Okay.
I had joined a long range shooting club, which is just outside of St. Louis, more towards Warrenton, which if anybody's listening, they know it's out Highway 70 out west, a little ways from where I'm at. I had also purchased a couple years prior to that a 338 Lapua, and had gotten pretty proficient at long range stuff, touching out towards 3,000 meters. So I figured the 50 was the next step up, and brought that out there, got qualified and certified with all that stuff. Not that any of the prior enlistment didn't already qualify me for that, but came back to the house, and that thing just kind of sat in the safe for a little while because ammo's expensive.
Oh yeah, it's about $100 a pop, isn't it?
No, the 50 BMG is actually still pretty cheap at the moment. You can get it for about $2.85 a round.
Really? Okay,
yep.
That's interesting.
You just gotta know where to look. But nonetheless, had this thing sitting in the safe, and I said a couple years have gone by from one encounter to the next, and we come up on 2018. So I've already got first round of dogs killed. I got another set of dogs now. 2016, I bought a Barrett just because it's fun and I had expendable income at the time, so I figured why not. 2018 comes along, and I start getting the same thing happen again, where side of my house gets slapped and something is yelling and screaming in my chimney. So I had already gone out and purchased surveillance equipment. And I've got them not outside the house, but sitting inside the house. And I've got ceramic mirror tint on all my windows. And I didn't, at the time, didn't know that that would mess with any of the infrared that this thing gives off. But it ended up getting some halfway decent pictures of this thing. And like I said, hadn't heard anything about it, didn't know anything about it, hadn't researched it to find out what it was. Just knew that there was something large and it was rather pissed, apparently, at me or my dogs. So again, it started slapping the side of my house and started growling in my chimney. And I thought that to be a little excessive. One day I woke up and it didn't slap the side of the house anymore. It was starting to tear off the cedar siding on the side of the house, like it was trying to come through the wall. So I hopped up out of bed and just ran straight to the safe. It was only about 35 feet away from me. And I grabbed the first thing that was loaded and happened to be that big Barrett thing in there. So I set that damn thing down on the ground, and I'm sitting behind a screen door. Well, it's a slider door, 4 foot wide, but it's got the same ceramic mirror tint on it. So got all the lights out inside the house. You can't see in. I can barely see out because of the window tint. But I got all the exterior floodlights kicked on. And I sat there and held post for probably 4 hours and didn't hear anything or see anything move. I was like, all right, fine, I'm going back to bed. And I just left the Barrett sitting there at the back door. Came home from work that same day, and one of my dogs was dead again, splayed out on the fence. So that's when it all kind of started to click that this might be same thing coming back around, and I wasn't gonna stand for it. So I went out and I bought a whole bunch of trail cameras that have satellite feeds on them, and you can actually get real-time footage. Like it'll snap either 1 to 10 photos in like a 15-second interval, and it will send those screenshots to your phone. So I had set up trail cameras all across the backside of my house, and in like the first 50 to 70 yards of the wood line, and three of them started going off all at the same time. So it sends alerts to my phone, so I kind of got a heads up something was going down. Come around to the back door, and I got a pretty good view of the wood line. Like the only thing that's kind of in the way is my barbecue pit, and I already slid that out of the way. So I got a pretty good view of it, and there's 10 or 15 trees right at the front of the wood line that are 100, 120 feet tall, somewhere in that order.
Okay.
And it's almost dusk, kind of like that golden hour where you can still see everything just fine, but you can tell the sun's starting to set.
Mm-hmm.
And I can hear a whole bunch of, like, I've heard other people say they've heard, things that sound like an elephant or a freight train coming through the damn woods and through the underbrush. And I didn't hear any of that. What I heard was something jumping from tree to tree. So I've got the screen door slider open and cracked maybe 3-4 inches, just enough to where I can stick the muzzle of the gun out. And I'm just sitting there waiting, and I can see trees moving as it gets closer and closer. Finally, it gets to right at the edge of the tree line, and this thing crawled down out of the fucking tree at me like a squirrel, like head first, head down, pointing at the ground, crawled down this 100-foot tall tree and showed itself about 25, 30 feet off the ground. And I know now that that is a Dogman. It was not anything I was familiar with, nothing I had ever heard any stories or folk tales about, none of that shit. So this thing comes down, and it's 25, 30 feet off the ground, head pointed down at the ground, and it looks up and looks in my general direction. And my heart starts going, 500,000 miles an hour, and throat starts to get a little tight. I'm like, okay, this is some serious shit right here. I ain't never seen this before, ever. But this fucker jumped out of the tree from 25 to 30 feet up, and I can only describe it like, you ever seen an animal collect itself after it hits the ground, like a big impact? It's got to regain its composure, and that it postures up a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen, not necessarily fall from a tree, but I've seen my dog hit a possum that at full stride, and it shook it for a minute. Yeah,
like you ever seen cats, fall from a couple feet up? They land and they kind of got to gather themselves for a couple seconds and then take off in whatever direction. Right. Similar thing happens with this. It jumps down out of the tree, it lands, and as it's gathering its composure and brings its head up, I just fucking unloaded on that thing for everything I was worth. So the M82A1's got a 10-round mag, and I emptied all 10 into it, grabbed the spare mag that was right next to me, threw the door open, and started walking towards that thing as I'm blasting rounds into it. And it sat there at the base of that tree, dead. So I know for a fact that it was about a 9-foot tall Dogman, weighed about 850, 900 pounds, about almost 4 foot at the shoulders. I've got all kinds of crazy pictures, but I've put all that stuff on different devices, so I can't get traced or any of that.
So what happened to this thing you was shooting multiple rounds into?
It sat there with very, very large gaping holes and very large chunks of it missing, and it sat there and died.
Okay.
I was less than 2 feet away from it, snapping pictures. I've got one photo. I'm not sure if I sent it to you or not. It was I believe it was the left paw that I had cut it off mid-forearm and took a picture of it. I took the remaining parts of it, cut it up, and threw it into the woods for the scavengers to come and get. Like I said, I hadn't called anybody, didn't tell anybody about that. It just shook me to my core, and I can't. I haven't been in the woods since. So it's been since 2018. I haven't been in my own damn backyard.
Okay. So, well, you didn't send me a picture of a paw. I've seen some tracks, but I didn't see anything of a paw.
After the that particular incident, I had it was that same year. Just seasons changed, and winter came upon us. It was like the second snow that we had gotten in 2018. That's when I saw those other tracks in my side yard, and from what Vault says, that's not Dogman tracks, that's lizard men. But I didn't know what it was. I figured it was more of these creatures. So I grabbed a 308 that I have, took off into the woods, and looking around, went down that same ravine that I had seen that potential Bigfoot at, some 15 years prior. Went down to that same ravine and looked around, and there's piles and piles of deer bones and skins and all kinds of stuff that just doesn't decompose. You see hoofs and stuff like dangling from trees. I'm like, all right. So I came across the one side of this ravine, and it leads out to a creek, and the creek goes underneath a major roadway and leads into a giant natural or nature reserve that's less than 100 yards from my house. On the other side of that nature reserve is the Missouri River. But got down into that ravine and started poking around and came across what looked to be like a den, just the side of the hill or hillside on this ravine. Wasn't carved out, but it was definitely dug out, and it was about 15 feet deep. The thing was about 6 foot in diameter and kind of tapered back as it went in. And it kind of dawned on me, the Dogman that I had killed, apparently it had been bedding down in my backyard for quite some time, and I was unaware of it. So I went back up to the house and I grabbed 200 pounds of tannerite and threw that inside there and shot it with a 308 to where it blew up the side of the ravine and all caved in on itself. And I haven't had any other encounters after that, knock on wood. But every once in a blue moon, I'll hear some shit scratching and clawing through the trees, but nothing's come back by the house or jumped on my roof or messed with any other animals that I've got.
So this was a lone creature. It wasn't part of a pack.
Lone creature, yes.
All right. So how long did once you drug the remains of this thing out to the woods, did you ever go back and look for it?
No. I could hear packs of coyotes come up, and you can tell whenever they've got something that they're eating on, they all sit there and chatter and make all kinds of crazy noise and racket.
Oh yeah.
They're just alerting other pack members, hey, we got something over here. So heard them for probably a straight 2 weeks, and then after that, nothing. But since I'm so close to this conservation area, I get, 30 to 40 deer a day. And we're not talking like just counting them off. We're talking in herds, 30 to 40 at a time come through my yard. And after listening to your show and listening to Vault for the last, couple months, finding out that these things actually herd, their prey. And I've seen just giant, herds of these deer. They'll come out, they'll bed down in my yard. They'll go into the tree line, but as soon as it's dark, they all vacate the wood and they hang out right underneath one of my giant LED lights.
That's weird.
The other thing that we've got is I get flocks of turkey, 30, 40, 50 of them at a time. It's like there's so much turkey sitting there in one spot that it blacks out the grass and the ground around them. It's absolutely insane. But all that kind of clicked maybe 2-3 weeks ago, something like that, whenever you had Vault on the show. And I was sending you pictures. I was emailing you pictures of everything that I had come across and getting Vault's opinion. And that's when he told me that potentially had lizard men on the property and that I had bigger things to worry about.
So have you seen anything that, talking or referring to the tracks that look like lizard foot tracks, lizard men or whatever that Vault said, have you seen anything, by your own perception, your own eye, that look like a lizard man?
No, I have not had any encounter or countenance firsthand. No. Didn't even know that was a thing until a couple months ago.
Wow. Okay. So where, what state did all this occur in?
This is all in St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, Missouri. Oh, wow.
Yep.
And how close are you to St. Louis?
The actual city, maybe 9 to 11 miles.
Has anybody else around you, neighbors or anybody local, had any other encounters with these things?
No, not that I'm aware of, but I don't really go out talking to everybody. I pretty much go to work, come home, rinse and repeat.
Oh, yeah. When's the last time you had any kind of weird encounters or sightings or anything like that?
Would have been in 2018, all of which was Dogman was, I'd say, later fall, August, September-ish. And then seeing the lizard tracks that I'd taken pictures of. That was, I want to say January, February, somewhere in that area.
How close was that to your house, or was it in a field close by your house?
Oh no, that's all. Those same tracks are 15 feet off the, say, what is that? 15 feet off the southeast corner of my house.
Oh, well, sounds like you got something there attracting these cryptids. Have you figured out why this Dogman was attracted to your place?
I hadn't been able to deduce anything, but it had been brought to my attention after talking to a few other folks that at the time, the girl that I was dating, apparently inside of some social circles, she had been known to be a witch, and I wasn't aware of any of that shit.
That's wild. I have heard that witchery, or that the darker side of it, could attract these things, or even cast spells to attract these things.
Right.
That is just weird. Did you keep anything of that Dogman? Any samples, tissue samples, hairs, or anything like that? Claw, tooth, canine?
Nope, no souvenirs.
Sounds like you got a cold. You all right?
No, I'm doing fine. I got something going around right now where get this wonderful nasal drip. So everything likes to go to the back of your throat and just sit right on top of the back of your tongue. So
yeah, I know what you're talking. I had a little attack of that earlier today, so I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. Every once in a blue moon, it kind of flares up.
So, how many rounds and what did you shoot into this thing? How many rounds of it did it take to kill it?
I don't know when it actually died, but I put 20 rounds of 50 BMG into it.
Oh, wow. So, let's see. How many days was it stalking you before you actually, lit it up with 50 BMG?
If I spread out all the encounter, like both encounters all together, it would be over an 8-year period.
8-year period. So you figured out what caused it to, jump on top of your roof of your house and scream down your chimney. Did you put together what it was that triggered this behavior?
No, but as far as I could tell, after all the shit I've heard, they are extremely territorial, and that I had heard from DW, and he had posted a couple different maps that shows different migration patterns and whatnot. And I am just at the very top edge of their migration pattern from his particular chart that he had showed.
Oh yeah. Well,
so
yeah, from a perspective of receiving these types of reports, for every report that you hear of, there's probably a good dozen or 2 dozen that never make the light of day even with anybody. They kind of swallow it and either push it out of their mind totally or just don't talk about it at all.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't really been one to talk. I'm pretty secluded. The people that I do talk to, they know that I'm not the type to go around making shit up. I don't lie about anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I had reached out to a few folks in chat and been talking to one of them for quite some time now. And they kind of shed some light on a few things. And I wasn't at all as informed as I thought I was. But I also hadn't done any real research or, dive into what all didn't know anything about cryptid or cryptozoology or paranormal activities, any of that stuff.
Right. So when you first killed this thing, this Dogman or whatever even prior to that, did you know of anything that about dogmen? Maybe Bigfoot on a good day?
Yeah, I'd heard some stories about Bigfoot here and there. Nothing concrete, nothing that I could substantiate. Didn't know anything about dogmen. As far as I was concerned, things like werewolves were literally just fictitious. It's only shit you saw in the movies or special effects. So was not at all prepared for what I saw, but just instincts took over. It was like, this is the time. But I've heard a lot of people say that they've seen like eye shine and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you for a fact that this thing's eyes, they do glow like without any light present. It's also the biggest eye I've ever seen. It's literally like the size of a pool ball.
Really? So
yeah.
did you actually take the thing out of its skull, or it was big as a pool ball inside its skull?
Big as a pool ball, like open and exposed from what I could see. Its pupil is a little bit bigger than like a Gatorade cap, like what you get on a 20-ounce bottle.
Okay. Wow. All right. It was pretty good size. That sounds about the size of maybe a big, huge cow or a steer or something. Maybe a little bit bigger.
I've had horses for a couple of years, and they're definitely bigger than a horse's eye, like almost double the size.
So how much does this thing weigh? You said you drug it off. How much do you think this thing weighed? How big was it?
I had to cut it up at almost every joint just to be able to move it, and I had to cut the torso into 3 pieces. And it was, I would estimate every bit in the 800 to 900 pound range.
So estimate the size of it before you cut it up. How tall was this thing? The length from snout to tail.
Oh no, just by it laying on the ground.
Yeah.
So laying out on the ground from its like base of its toes all the way to the tip of its snout, about 9 foot.
About 9 foot. How was its hind legs articulated? Was it like a human or was it like a dog?
No, they're definitely like a dog. They do have the hocks. Their toes/claws are very, very unique in the fact that they look like they can splay out, kind of like if you've ever seen somebody with webbed feet or webbed hands. They kind of have that distinct, like broad, breath to them. They have the ability to spread them apart like that as well.
So what did you use to cut this dogman up? Was it a machete or a chainsaw or what?
It was definitely a chainsaw and a sawzall.
Oh, wow. And what color was its blood then?
It was red.
Any foul smell from it?
Not that I'm recalling anything foul, just normal dog odor. Definitely more pungent, but nothing crazy. I've heard people say that some things smell like rotten garbage and smell like feces, and this one didn't smell like that at all.
Well, did you check around the area after the fact to see if it left any marks or marked its territory, like missing bark, bent trees, anything like that?
Yeah, I had noticed a lot of trees missing bark, but it wasn't like down around ground level. It was every bit of 50 to 70 feet up in the trees. So I couldn't really substantiate it towards this thing marking territory or older trees, getting some type of fungus, and the bark starts to decay and it falls away from them. Just older growth trees, they have a tendency to do that. And with the trees I got, it's not uncommon for them to get struck by lightning every other year.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, it's not uncommon to have all kinds of damage done to the trees, but I didn't really correlate it to them marking territory or anything crazy.
Chaos Theory Productions said, hope you put that head on your wall, but you said you cut it up and drug it out for the scavengers to take care of it.
Yep.
So have you seen anything after the fact? Has anybody come around your property, like a Men in Black or anything like that, military types?
No, I had called the police, and they came out, took a bunch of pictures, and like I said, they gave me a couple different phone numbers to call if anything crazy had happened. But no crazy unmarked vehicles. There's just been an abundance of police activity going up and down my street. They come through and they got all their searchlights on. Like they got the whatever the light bar is on top, and they've got every single white LED on that thing turned on, and all the spotlights shining through my yard as they come through probably 10 times a night, and that's gone on since 2018.
Yep. Let's see. We got one question from Lisa Ray. Wants to know: have you looked for its lair? Seen a den or anything like that, or where it laid its head down at night?
Yeah, yeah. Did discover what looked to be like something carved into the side of the ravine, and like I said, I put about 200 pounds of tannerite in there and blew it up. Because didn't know anything about multiples of these things or if they were pack animals or whatnot, but if that was their den, quote unquote, I didn't want anything coming back to it.
Okay.
So yeah, so I blew it up and it collapsed in on itself, and I've got a couple of tractors, skid loaders and whatnot, and just kind of graded everything off so it looks like nothing was ever there.
So, over a course of how many years did this thing bug you until the point you actually, put 20 rounds of 50 BMG into it? 8 years?
About 8 years. Yep. From 2010 all the way up to 2018 was when I ended up shooting it.
Okay. When it first jumped on your roof, you mentioned it jumped on your roof, and it sounded like a raccoon. Was it heavier than a raccoon that jumped on your roof, or how loud was this thing?
Yeah, it was pretty damn loud. I'd gone through and I've been remodeling the house for a couple of years. So I'd gotten rid of the attic space that was above that particular section, and I had actually put vaulted ceilings in the house. And whenever you do that, you got to have a certain amount of insulation barrier. And the only way to do that is to add on to or scab onto the existing roof line, or the roof rafters or trusses, and build down so that you can have the vaulted ceilings. So I had done that, which reinforces it a little bit, and it's rated for probably 4 or 5 times the snow load that it's supposed to be rated for, but I wanted to have vaulted ceilings. So I'd gone through all that and passed all the inspections for codes and standards here in Missouri, and so it's more than capable of holding all kinds of stuff up there. When I had it apart, I actually replaced the ridge beam, which was just a standard 2x8, and had put in 2x12 lamb beams, which are kind of like plywood, only it's super thick, and it's probably 10 times stronger than your average plywood. Definitely stronger than like your standard 2x12. Just all the laminated glue joints in it. But I had gone through and jacked up the roof of the house prior to, because it had like a swale in it. You get some of them older 80, 100-year-old houses, and the structure starts to fatigue. So I figured while I was in there raising all the ceilings, might as well redo all the framework, and so I did.
Okay, I got a got two questions actually. How big was its canine teeth, and did it have double rows of them? According to Dark Woods, asked this question.
I couldn't tell you how many rows of teeth it had. It looked like it had too many teeth for its mouth, like its jowls or its lips wouldn't cover its teeth at all. The canines, if I had to actually measure them, like I didn't pull any of them out of the skull, but the part that was exposed, every bit 4 inches.
4 inches. And what was its front hands/paws? What did it look like?
Kind of like a cross between a raccoon and a squirrel. Just kind of I don't want to say slightly elongated, but if you've ever seen a squirrel or raccoon's fingertips, they're kind of bulbous. Yeah, so
like a gibbon monkey, like a gibbon monkey hand. If you know what a gibbon's monkey is.
More, yeah, I do. It's not quite that exaggerated or distended. It's more like a squirrel's hand. Whenever you look at them, they just have that last digit is almost twice the size of the rest of the finger that comes off it, and then it has a claw that's integral. So it's not like looking at human fingernails. It's most definitely claws.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're talking like claws like on a regular canine.
No, these are claws like what you'd see on like a black bear or a grizzly bear.
Okay. Any whiskers to speak of? Bigfoot Anonymous wants to know that.
Yeah, did have some whiskers. Not a crazy amount of them. Maybe 5 per side.
That's interesting. The fur, how the fur, was it double coated, like it had a soft undercoating of fur and a rough overcoating, like you would see on some animals?
No, this was more like. Have you ever seen kind of the sparse hair like you would see on a wild boar? It's really, really thick, super coarse. It's kind of hard to explain. It's the only thing I can compare it to would be like wild boar hair. Definitely thick. It's about 4 to 6 inches long on most of its body. Kind of sparse around the upper torso region, like the abdominal area, and backside of the knees. Underneath side of the palms, they're just black as leather. It feels kind of like a catcher's mitt. Actually, if you were to combine like the thickness, of a catcher's mitt, when you can actually feel the thickness of the leather, and combine that with the texture of the dog's paw, where it looks like it's got a whole bunch of little nodules that stick out of it, just for traction or grip.
So
humans get similar things whenever they get like an abundance or overbuilt callus.
So did you examine its tongue? What kind of texture did its tongue have? Was it a long tongue or?
Yeah, did have a long tongue. Looked kind of like a cat's tongue. Where they've got. It almost looks like the backwards pointing triangular features on it.
Okay. The tail of it, did it have a wolf-like tail, or did it have a tail at all?
It did have a tail. It was only about 2 feet long and looked very, very reminiscent of a husky. It kind of had that little curl swoop to it, but nothing that doubled over, all curly Q, just a single swoosh up.
The hair, actually, this reminds me, Miss T actually saw one of these things up in Canada. What kind of consistency was the hair again? Was it greasy? Was it dry? Anything like that? Did it appear wet, greasy, or dry, or anything?
No, it's definitely dry, but like I said, it was more coarse. Trying to think if there's any other animals that I can compare it to, that I've actually pet, and the only thing I can come up with is wild boar. If you've got any game hunters and you tell them, hair that's like a wild boar, they understand that it's extremely coarse, very, very thick hide. It's not at all soft, but it's not greasy. It's slick, kind of like if you touched like a short-haired Doberman.
Mm-hmm.
You can definitely see a sheen to it, but it's bristly. It's almost like the hairs on a paintbrush, if I could put it in a different perspective.
And actually, the one question I forgot to ask, is it male or female?
It was definitely male.
Was it similar to the genitalia, similar to a regular dog, or was it more massive?
Where dogs have that section that looks like it's attached to their underbelly,
Mm-hmm.
and everything is pretty well inside, this is not like that. It is maybe for an inch or two, and then the rest of it is all open and exposed, like you would see, like if you ever had a horse where it would open or drop its sheath, and
Mm-hmm.
you'd see, the rest of its genitalia hanging out there. That's reminiscent of what that was.
So what, once you started shooting this thing with the 2050 BMG shells, did it let out any kind of death calls or anything like that, or scream or yell or yip?
Yeah, it was not at all happy. It did let out all kinds of crazy noise, none of which I could mimic. It's a really, really hard sound to describe. But yeah, I've hunted animals before, and you hear that death rattle or death moan whenever they finally do, take their last breath and exhaust it. Mm-hmm. And I didn't hear that. All I heard was fucking gunfire. So,
well, I'd say, were you using ear protection at all?
I have what's called a walker's game ear, and it has it's an electronic device. It slips on. It looks like you're wearing a hearing aid, and for the most part, it amplifies everything around you so that you're aware of your surroundings. And whenever you get concussive blasts, like gunshots go off, it mutes everything substantially.
Oh, okay.
The only thing that I had as a result of all this was I had to replace the siding on that one spot on the house, and the slider door where the glass had shattered whenever I let off the first round.
And this occurred back in 2018. Was it wintertime or during summer?
No, it was in the fall-ish, like late August, turning in September.
Well, wow. That's interesting. If you got, you said you had a picture of its claw, hand, or whatever. Would you mind sending that to me? I would love to see it.
Sure.
All right. So, what did people, obviously, shooting in 20 rounds of 50 BMG is not silent in any particular means or manner. Was there any complaints about neighbors or the local law enforcement?
Neighbors all turned on all their lights. I can pretty much look through the wood line and I can see every neighbor around me, especially at night. But this was just around the golden hour, kind of like dusk. But couldn't see any lights on at that time. It was just you could still, not quite all the leaves on the trees had started to fall yet, like they had just started to turn colors, and so you couldn't really see through the woods to the neighbor's house. But whenever everything does fall, you can see straight through it So I can see across 26 acres, my whole yard from the front, like Main Street, turns onto my driveway, and I got probably a 400-foot long circle driveway, and it's maybe 120 feet deep from the street. So it looks like a giant horseshoe. And then front of the house is maybe 30 feet from the driveway. But from the edge of the street, going all the way down the driveway and continuing down the backyard, it's about a 6 to 7% grade. So maybe a 6 to 7 degree slope going all the way down the backside of the property. So I could see that ravine in the very bottom of it from standing on my back porch. I can look up the other side of the ravine and I can see the neighbors' houses, but that's only when all the leaves and foliage had died off in the wintertime.
So how long did it take you, once you killed this thing, how long did it take you to just, butcher it up and drag it off?
About 40 minutes.
40 minutes, and did you automatically do that, or did you have to calm down, shake off the adrenaline, or what?
Yeah. Brain was going a million miles an hour, and couldn't think of what the next step was going to be. I already knew that I didn't have to call any of the cops or any other local law enforcement. They were going to be on their way, but typically whenever they hear gunfire out here, they know to let it calm down, and they'll show up 20 minutes or so after the fact. They're not going to engage in wild, live fire scenarios. But like they don't even pull up lights and siren. They'll pull up all stealthy, and they just conveniently park out front, go up there, knock on your door, and be like, "Hey, did you guys hear anything going on?" I'm like, yeah, there's definitely something going on. And they're like, "Okay, well, yeah, we've had a couple of neighbors call in, and I already knew my neighbors directly next door. They're maybe only 50, 60 feet between houses, and he runs an automotive shop out of his home base garage." He was definitely on edge for probably the next 2 months afterward, and he didn't know I had that kind of hardware, but they know now.
So what once the law enforcement was involved, what was their take on the situation? What did you tell them?
I told them that I'd been harassed for a number of years, and this thing had killed my dogs, and I don't care what you guys try and charge me with, that's justifiable in my mind. Like, as far as I can tell, you're only going to be able to, charge me with discharging a firearm inside of city or county limits. And I was like, I'll gladly pay the fees and fines right now for it. Won't even have to go to court. And they kind of looked at me sideways. But took them around back, showed them, and one guy puked. Another guy tried to take out his phone, and just kind of put my hand on top of it and brought it back down to his side. And I was like, "You probably don't want pictures of this shit." And he turned around, went back up to his car, and they had a little powwow, called probably 10 or 12 other units down. And they talked for probably 2-3 hours out there in front of the house. And I'd come up there and told them. So you had a
police officers parade that went back and forth from the body to the cruisers, or what?
Yeah, most definitely had a small little convoy of people going back and forth. Like they did it so much that the grass on the side of my yard was all matted down, like I'd had heavy equipment roll through there. But they offered to dispose of the body and a bunch of other stuff, and I told them that wasn't necessary. As I fired up the chainsaw, then another guy started puking immediately as I started cutting into it.
So what did the final report from the officers look like, or did you even get it?
No, I did not get a report, and they chose not to charge me with anything. I did have to go down to the police station and talk to the chief and a bunch of other stuff, but that wasn't for discharging a firearm. That was for letting them know that I had that kind of firepower, and apparently that was something that was overlooked in my particular county whenever I'd obtained it.
So did you, in the end, what were you charged with, if anything?
I was not charged.
That's interesting. So is there any way to, from a perspective of somebody that wants to research this thing, was there any kind of report or, a particular date that they can look for, or do you want anybody to look into this at all?
I don't know if there is a particular incident report that was filed. I don't know. I didn't get a copy of it. As far as the date, I'll probably be able to look at the time date stamp on a couple of the photos I have. But
all right. So, Chaos Theory asked, which I've already asked this question, I'll restate it. After the fact, after you disposed this and you had to parade and of law enforcement come back and forth from your, I wouldn't say crime scene, the scene where this Dogman was killed, back and forth, and you had to go talk to the chief of police. Was there any other, law enforcement, men of authority, females of authority, anybody of authority that come by your place to say, hey, I want all your...
We had Fish and Game, which is, like I said, I could throw a rock at their property. It's less than 100 yards from my front door. They came over, I guess the local authorities had brought them in just to find out what was going on and if they were aware, but it wasn't anything that I had called on. They didn't interact with me at all. They all stayed in their little powwow.
So what was the ultimate word from law enforcement that they told you? Anything at all? What would they classify this as, or just a peace disturbance, or anything at all?
They kept trying to tell me that it's the most awkward bear that they had ever seen, and they didn't know we had bears in this area.
The most awkward bear that they have seen. So how long was the ears on this thing? Was it short ears or long ears, or?
It's probably 6-7 inches long.
Pointed like a Doberman, or what? Describe how the ears were shaped. Was it like a Doberman, or bear, or what?
More husky in nature. So kind of wide, definitely triangular, but not super long. Definitely not like a cropped Doberman ear. Like better fitted as like a husky's ear. They're pretty proportionate. I tell you, between the eyes on this thing was probably a solid 13-14 inches wide on its skull.
Okay, how big? If you can remember, what was the girth of its chest?
Like inside the armpit or outside shoulder to shoulder?
Well, let's do inside of the armpit, the thorax of it. How big was it?
Inside the armpit, probably looking somewhere 3.5 feet wide. Like it's definitely wider than the outside of my shoulders. And I'm not a small guy. I'm 6'2" and 300 pounds, and wear a size 54 jacket. This thing is definitely inside its armpit, wider than my shoulders.
Oh, let's see. I've got a caller. Do you want to see if somebody wants to talk to you? I don't know the number, but do you want to talk to anybody? Okay, let's see if we got this caller, this new caller that's coming in. What's your name and where are you from?
Oh, my name's Marrie, and I've got a Dogman story for you. Shawn?
Hey, Marrie, I'm still talking to Bad SOB.
Okay.
So you want to call me back after I get done with this call?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, Marrie. I appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Shawn. Bye.
Thanks. All right. Long-time listener, calls every once in a while. Thanks, Marrie, for calling in. Look forward to talking to you here in a little bit. I thought it might be somebody else. I actually sent a text message to Vault saying, hey, I've got a guy that says he's killed a dog man. Do you want to listen in? And I think Lakea was out in the chat. I still don't know if she's out there or not, but I'm sure they'll be talking about this sooner or later. Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, it's rare that you hear anybody say that they killed a dog man. So obviously there's going to be a lot of discussion in the background after the fact. Just to let you know. Yeah. So what type of BMG shells were these?
632 grain full metal jacket, and the other one is I forget the grain rate, but it's a tracer round. I ordered the linked ammo, and it comes, I think it's every 4th or 5th round as a tracer. I just sat there and de-linked them all because it comes cheaper that way when you buy in bulk.
Okay, so you bought the military surplus is what you're trying to tell me?
Yes, sir.
That's interesting. So do you still have the 50 cal in the lapua?
That I do.
Oh, wow. I was wondering after you talked to the police chief if he said, hey, I want those guns.
Negative.
Weapons. So did they give you any guff about owning it or anything like that?
No, but they tried. Like their initial thought was, why do you have to have this? It's potentially a threat to us. If we ever come to your door for whatever reason, and I'm like, it's none of your business. It's a free country, and you don't have to have any special licenses to own them. You can buy them over the counter. I just didn't know it was part of the typical regiment to come through and petition local law enforcement to state that I had such hardware in my possession.
Yeah, well, as fidgety as law enforcement is about any kind of 22 on up, yeah, I don't know. I don't see any bad thing at all owning a 50 BMG or a Lupua or anything major. It's a free country in my perspective. It's not exactly like you can smuggle that in and rob anybody with it. Well, I guess you could, but that'd be kind of hard to conceal under a jacket for sure.
Yeah, it's got a 33-inch barrel. It's a little hard to walk around with. It's about no ammo, 34 pounds. With ammo, probably 40, 41, somewhere in that area.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not something that you can, travel with easily. If you had, I think when snipers, they had a two-man team for snipers. You had your spotter and your sniper, and it took 2 men to carry this stuff, ammo and everything. So, oh yeah. Well, wow, Bad SOB. That's interesting. I look forward to seeing that picture or pictures, whatever you want to send me, of whatever the remains of the Dogman that you took. That would be
no problem.
That'd be spectacular, actually. But wow, I didn't expect to have this kind of call tonight at all. But that's part of what I do here. But I appreciate it.
I had been listening to some stuff in the background for, like I said, a couple months, and finding out more information about the stuff as I go along, just from, I guess, other people, their encounters, and definitely Vault. Just all the stuff that he's been describing, like all the little dots and light bulbs are going off in my head and connecting all the dots. It was like, son of a bitch, I don't know why I didn't see this earlier. But it also wasn't something that I was actively pursuing, like trying to find out more information about it.
So why did you decide to call into my show? Why didn't you go over to Dogman Cams or somebody else's show, like over PRT or something?
Well, I was actually bored as all hell, and I was in the hospital. I just had a motorcycle accident. They tried to amputate my leg, and I tore up those consent forms and told them we're going to try and save it. So I had all kinds of ample time sitting around in a hospital bed, and just sitting there being bored. YouTube got the better of me. And next thing you know, I'm on Dark Waters channel, finding all his stuff. And I guess it actually started off with Steve on how to hunt.
Oh yeah.
He had come across a few things, you know, and was openly discussing Bigfoot topics, and that piqued my interest. And you know, once you click on that, YouTube algorithm adds all the other fun jazz. So came across your site and thought it was kind of interesting. You had open calls. That, not gonna lie, I've been a stalker, kind of lurker in the background for many months, just listening to everybody's stuff going on.
Yep.
And there's been a few times where people had called in, and like I was short of breath, like trying to jump up and down, but I'm sitting in a bed, you know, just like hopping mad, you know, trying to tell them, you know, kind of like when you're yelling at the TV whenever sports are on. It's like, no, it doesn't go like that. It's like this, damn it. Well, that's the same thing I was doing.
I'm sure there's a few people out there, you know, for every, you know, one of these stories, and like I said, there's at least 24 or more that's never made it to light of day or never been told to anybody else, sort of kept to their chest. But it's interesting to, you know, that is one hell of a freaking story for sure. I'm going to sit here and try to consume it. I honestly, yeah.
It was probably a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, you had a guy on where he just called in, and he was out towards Texas or Arkansas, something on that order, and he was talking about things on his property that he had seen, and I was jumping up and down, yelling and screaming at the phone the whole time he was going off, and I was actually texting one of my other friends, and it was weird. Like I would before he could finish a sentence, I could sit there and describe how the thing was going to do and what it was going to do and how it was going to move and everything else. And then sure as shit, he said it right there afterward.
Are you talking about that guy that was on the Florida-Alabama border that saw it the first time he saw it was rolled up in a ball? And
no,
not that one.
No,
okay.
this guy was out towards Texas and Arkansas, like not Arkansas, Texas and Oklahoma.
Okay, all right.
So that him and his family, saying that him and his family no longer walk through the woods anymore unless they got their arms to the teeth and all this other stuff.
Oh, okay, all right.
Don't remember it fully.
I've heard so many stories. It's not ringing a bell right now with me, but how's this the 2018 encounter? Once you killed this thing, chopped it up, moved it out for scavengers, and dealt with the law enforcement, how has this changed your habits of going outside up to the point where you just had a motorcycle accident?
Well, I don't go out in the woods. I don't even go out in my own damn backyard. The most I do is I'll come out to my truck and I'll sit there and smoke my pipe. But as soon as it gets dark, I'm indoors.
So most of the interactions, the stalking happened right at dusk or after dark with this thing for the 2010 to 2018?
Yep.
Now, how often in that 2010 to 2018 period, how often did you see this thing or have interactions?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it at all during that time. Only thing I had was like two trail cam photos. One was kind of hazy, just from the, I guess, like the morning dew and just the humidity in the air. So as it took the picture, it kind of pixelated and it refracted off all that. The second picture it took was considerably more clear. The third photo I got, I would say that the trail cam spooked this thing like there's no tomorrow. It's definitely an interesting photo. I'll say that.
So do you think this had a particular type of intelligence, or was it more of an animalistic intelligence, like a herding kind of predator?
It definitely knows how to wait things out, that's for sure. But as far as anything else, I would have to attribute it more towards animalistic. I couldn't attribute it to anything tactical.
All right. So Lakay is actually in the chat. She wants to know, did it have a tail and what type? Which you sort of described.
Had a tail. Yeah, had a tail, about 2 foot long, kind of swooped like a husky, just didn't make a full curly Q.
Same type of fur as you described earlier, 3 to 6 inches long.
Yeah.
Okay. And it weighed approximately 800 to 900 pounds. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
It's interesting. That is interesting. Okay, do you have any questions for this? You're the closest thing I have to Vault being on the other line, but fairly great white. Hey, buddy, what's up? At this point, I'm kind of wondering, well, I've exhausted all of my questions other than what was the color of its eyes once you actually got up with a flashlight underneath a floodlight. What color was its eyes?
While it was alive, they are extremely, it's a golden hue. Like you can definitely tell where kind of like the iris itself has some black that fades into it, kind of like, the same pigmentation would in your eye, but definitely amber. And like I said, its pupils are absolutely huge. They're, like I said, they're about the size of a 20-ounce Gatorade lid.
Okay. Once you gutted it, obviously you used a sawzall and chainsaw and whatnot on it. Once you gutted it, what did it have in its guts and stomach?
Didn't care. Didn't bother looking. Just
okay.
Chucking giant parts of it. Big as I could lift. Just pick them up, toss them into the tree line.
Let's see. Lakaya wants to know, can you explain its jaws? What was inside of its mouth? What color was its tongue? All that stuff.
Tongue was kind of a brindle color, mixed between pink and black, kind of like a marbled effect. The gums were like not quite a bleeding red, but they're definitely red, like you had irritated gum line, or like you'd potentially see in like gingivitis patients. Like I said, its teeth, it just had too many teeth for its jowls and its mouth to like fully close. They interlocked, kind of like I won't say like alligators, but very similar in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
As far as how many rows or sets of teeth, I couldn't begin to tell you. It wasn't like a defined set of rows and teeth, and it wasn't like the inside of a python's mouth, where it's got like different parts of its palate that it could move, or different rows of teeth in that regard. It was just a whole bunch of gnarly stuff hanging out of it.
So the first encounter was this thing jumping on top of your roof of your house, which you explained you had a exceptionally built, reinforced roof, and it jumped on top of your roof and yelled down your chimney.
Yep.
Okay. And how loud was this thing once it yelled down the chimney?
It was loud enough to rattle the damn windows. Like if I could put like a dB to it, probably somewhere north of 130 to 140 decibels as it came out the chimney or out of the fireplace.
So we're talking about as loud as a car horn, if not louder.
Yeah.
That's incredible. So how many dogs did it kill of yours?
Killed the 3 Doberman, and it killed the 2 other ones, the Husky and the Malamute mix. So total 5.
Total of 5, and you had no clue other than these dogs were missing. Didn't find any body parts or anything like that of the missing animals.
Well, the first ordeal was the dogs were in the woods. They had killed a deer. They had gorged themselves on it, they weren't looking to do anything. They were just sitting there fat and happy trying to pass out. So I didn't really think much of it. I thought they had another deer, whenever they're not sitting there at the front door waiting on me. I'd come home from work, open up the front door, looked across the breezeway, and started seeing what I thought was trash, like poked through the fence, and it ended up being body parts. So that's when I discovered the 3 Dobermans that were literally strung across the fence, and it was like a 35-foot, section of the fence line where they were put on display, if you will. The second set of dogs done the exact same way.
So what'd you do once you found that these pieces of your now dead dogs in the fence line? What'd you do with the pieces in the fence line? Did you clean it up or just leave it for the scavengers?
Yeah. No, I pulled everything out. They were like family to me. So I pulled everything out of the fence and gathered them up and gave them proper burial.
Wow. So do you currently have any dogs or anything like that now?
No, presently I have no other animals.
Did any of your neighbors, during all this time, during the 2010, 2018, any of your neighbors, or did you notice any kind of reports of missing dogs, animals, pets?
Now, there's 2 other neighbors around me that have dogs, and they don't go outside at all. They're inside 95% of the day. They come outside to do their business, and it's under watchful eye of their owners, and they come right back in the front door.
When your animals were still alive, and obviously you saw them, the behavior change, what was their behavior once this Dogman was around? How did they act?
I don't know. I didn't ever see them interact with it. The dogs, while they were outside, each and every time I heard the thing on the roof and every time it would growl, the dogs were absolutely silent. I would have to say afterward, maybe 20 minutes after everything had dissipated, the dogs would sit down at the wood line and they would bark like crazy, just like you had a treed squirrel or something. But being in the middle of the night, if there's nothing going on, they pretty well stay close to the house, or the Dobermans used to come inside. But
that's about it. Wow. Well, sorry you lost all those amazing dogs, for sure. Let's see. Have you told this story to anybody else, anywhere else on the
no
radio / podcast?
No, this is the first either on air or other explanation that I've given to anybody. The first one was to a friend of mine, and I wasn't sure how they would take it, but considering I had come across them in this particular environment, I figured that we're like-minded individuals and that I could share openly. So.
Okay, well, definitely like-minded individuals. Only one other person I knew took a shot at these things and killed them, or even took a shot at them. I've never heard anybody come up to me and say, hey, I killed one of these things. So you're the first for me to get this kind of story. But I've heard all kinds of Dogman stories in the past. You kind of ticked off a couple of good perspectives from the ones I actually believe that they're stories, with the description of the fur and the description of the hind haunches. How long were the front legs? Were they articulated like a dog or like a human?
They're more like a human. Like I said, the front side of the I guess you could call them fingers, but the front side of the digit on their paw / hand, everything looks similar to a human hand. Slightly longer or elongated fingers, and then the very tips are bulbous, kind of like a squirrel would have. Just that on that last little digit, like they used it to bend, I would say, 45 to 65 degrees, somewhere in that area, like you were, meant for climbing trees and trying to grab a hold of things like that. But definitely had opposable thumbs, the whole 9 yards.
Okay. When it jumped from tree to tree up in these 100+ foot trees, what type of trees were they first off?
I've got oak trees. I've got what is that? That's the white birch, and I've got brain's not thinking about trees. What the hell is that damn thing called? That's another thing. Since the motorcycle accident, my recollection is kind of foggy at the moment. It's it's got them sitting here bumbling along, so I'm like an idiot. No, it's my brain just won't get it out.
So the next question is, did when it jumped from tree to tree, did it ever break one of the top of the trees out that you could see?
Not the tops, but I've got tree limbs that are 12, 14 inches diameter. One of them came down and crushed the fence on my pool. It's, like I said, 12, 14 inches diameter, probably 25, 30 foot long. There's been a few other trees where, like I said, I couldn't really say it was this thing going from treetop to treetop or not, because they get struck by lightning, and there's all kinds of ridiculous decay in the woods, from whatever tree growth happens. But walnut trees, son of a bitch, I don't know why it was so damn difficult to get out.
Walnut trees, okay.
Yeah.
So the next question is, you had deer. What other prey that could feed this thing? What other prey could be possible around there? You have elk, anything like that, moose around there?
No. Only white-tailed deer, and like I said, as of more recently, like in the last couple of weeks, is when I'm starting to notice herds, and I mean large herds of deer, 30, 40 plus at a time, and turkey, every bit 30 to 50 of them at a time.
So it had a big turkey dinner every once in a while, huh?
I know.
Well, wow. So, I'm kind of exhausted my questions that I have, and looks like Lakea's quit asking questions.
Not that big of a deal.
The big thing, one thing I probably will be asked is, can I share your number to say somebody like DW or with Vault of Nightmares, anybody, or do you just want me to keep it secret?
I'd prefer to keep it secret. If they want, we can exchange. And I'm not looking to be in the limelight. This has been sitting here eating at me for I don't know how long, and after hearing a couple of different open line sessions, I figured, what the hell? So.
Well, I appreciate you calling in to the show. Picking this one little lovely show to call in and share the truth, share your truth with us. So, wow, bad SOB. Well, I look forward to seeing those emails of the paw. Or how big was this thing? This what you cut off till you took a picture of? Was it the forearm and the hand paw, or just the paw?
It's part way up the forearm and the paw itself.
All right. I look forward to seeing this thing. That's interesting stuff for sure. But oh wow! Anytime else you want to call in and tell any additional addendums to this story, I would appreciate it.
All right.
Or any other story you got. Sounds like wow! I didn't expect to even come close to having this type of interaction with anybody tonight. But I should quit, expecting I should expect the unexpected when I answer these calls. So. Bad SOB, thank you for calling in, brother.
Not a problem. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night, sir. All right. Now, holy cow. Well, I guess that's what you get when you have unscreened open lines. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what's unexpected on the other end of that line. And we've got another caller. Hold on just a second. Unscreened caller, I'm about ready to get you live on the air. What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Marrie, and I'm from Spokane, Washington.
Oh, hey, Marrie. Thanks for calling back. What kind of Dogman story do you have?
Oh, my gosh. I have one where my ex-boyfriend and I saw one when we were dating, my ex and I. We were in the suburb of Atlanta, Georgia, on his parents' property. And it was like, what, 1 a.m, I guess? And he heard something, and he said, come out here. And we heard something, we both heard something walking around the house. We walk out the door, we go down the driveway, and I shine a flashlight up, only to see a dog man up in the tree line. I dropped the flashlight and ran back to the house. He goes and tries to hit the thing with the pipe in his hand. He has a steel pipe. And then he ran back to me, and the next morning, we go down to where we saw the thing, and there's a tree stump. And oh my gosh, is that tree stump ripped apart.
Okay, so did you actually lay eyes on this thing or what?
Yeah, I did.
And what did it look like?
Well, it had red eyes, just bright red eyes, like, ooh. I still get shakes talking about it. But nothing else, we couldn't see nothing else.
Just the red eyes. How?
Yeah.
Based off of what you know about the ground level and the eye level, how tall was this thing?
Real tall, like, I mean, it was up in the tree. I don't know, like.
Oh, up in the tree?
7 feet. Yeah, like 7 feet up.
All right. Did it growl or anything, Marrie?
No. I just saw the red eyes and got scared.
And what did your boyfriend think about this thing? Or what did he say?
He's like, I'm like, let's get out of here. He's like, yeah, right. I'm going back. And he told me he was going to try to fight this thing, whatever it was.
Okay. And did that ever come to be that he fought this thing, or you just saw this one time and never saw it again?
We saw it one time and never saw it again. So, and we saw what it did to the tree stump.
Okay. So how long was the encounter when you saw the red eyes? How long did you actually see this thing for?
Like for about a minute, 30 seconds.
Did you leave before it quit looking at you, or did it leave?
No, we left before it left.
Oh, okay. So how do you know it was a dog man? If you just saw the eyes, how did you know it was a dog man then?
Well, from the stories I've heard, that's what it was.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
wow.
Like the amber, the eyes match, color the eyes match.
Mm-hmm. And up in the tree, 7 foot off. Yeah. What type of tree was it in?
Pine tree, I think it was. I think it was on a pine tree.
Okay. All right. Well, so big eye, big red eyes in a pine tree. 7 foot off ground.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, and I was wondering about something else, Shawn.
Okay. All right,
about
Marrie.
the newsletter.
Put out a newsletter? Ooh.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I'll have to
I was
talk to
thinking
Miss
I could
T.
do something. Yeah, I was thinking I could help with that.
Well, I'll get with Miss T and see. We'll have a chat about it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thanks for calling in, Marie. Anytime you want to call back, just
You
call
too.
back. Thanks.
I will. Bye.
Bye-bye. Marie from Spokane, Washington with a Dogman red eye story. 7 foot off the ground. Wow. Okay, folks. 3 hours, 40 minutes, almost a 4-hour show. And, okay. Miss T, you were right. This is going to be an incredible show. When she says, hey, there's going to be an incredible show, there's going to be an incredible show. I am gobstopped, definitely by SOB and the rest of the fantastic callers. From the anonymous caller with the vocal action going on there. Even from him. Thaddeus Cray, DW Darkwater's called in, third caller. Casey with his Bigfoot story down in around, where was that? Oh, gee whiz. Come right off the top of my head. Murfreesboro, around that area. Bad SOB. Holy smokes, buddy. That was a hell of a call for sure. And then Marie, to line it all up, thank you for everybody. Razor Wolf, buddy, good to see you for sure. God bless you. I hope that you're at least feeling okay. Feeling a little bit better. Definitely, it's good to see you. Absolutely fine and dandy. Answered prayers to see you up and around for sure, at least to the point where you can actually talk online. That's great. Banshiva, good to see you. Dragon ZW, buddy. I actually, I don't know if you heard, we were talking about shadow people earlier. I mean, AKA shadow creatures, whatever the hell you want to call them. And the one-man band, buddy, that is crazy. Crazy night for sure. And that's why I do these unscreened open lines. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what incredible story you're going to have on the other end. And like I said, this is unscreened open lines. Meaning, I have no clue who's going to call in, other than if it's somebody like somebody I know that's called in, it'll show up and I'll recognize the number or whatever. 99% of the time, I have no clue. So, you know, if you heard any story tonight or any story on any other show that I have ever done with open lines, you know, believe it or not, that's up to you. That's the mystique of unscreened open lines. You know, you kind of wonder, is it true or is it false? Wow, is all I can tell you. I have to sit here and consume what I heard over the last 3 hours and 43 minutes. But definitely. If, you know, earlier, right before Bad SOB called in, we kind of, you know, Miss T and I put together about 3 or 4 photographs of the same thing, kind of blowed up or whatever. Let us know in the comments what you thought about those photographs. We're definitely going to do something with those in like a short or whatever, YouTube short. Keep getting, for the creators out there, I keep getting these emails. Hey, you haven't put out a short this month. Which I just finally got 1,000 subscribers, so I guess that's a new thing on my end, but there you go. Holy cow. This has been Chasing the Truth, and this is Shawn Graham on the other end of this phone line, on the other end of this microphone. If you want to reach out to me after the fact, ShawnG@IamDarkwaters.com. Shawn, can you show the video I sent you? Keith King. Well, hold on just a second, Keith. It takes me just a second. I will show it, and I'll let you guys see it, and you tell me what you think about it. I've seen it just for a second. My opinion is my opinion, but I'll let you guys see it. Oh, Dragon ZW said, I tried to go to bed. Glad I got back up. Thanks to the awesome end and the show to me. Morning, I will still listen to the whole thing. Well, holy cow, we got Bigfoot stories, we got Dogman stories, we got all kinds of stories. Thank you, Fear the Great White. I don't know how many I've got right now. It says 1,080, but I think that number is off at the bottom of the screen there. Wow. Let me look at that that email one time there, Keith, and see if I can get it. Oh, right there it is. And let me pull it. Well, I see it, but I want to. Let me see if I can open it up and open the attachment. There you go. That might work. Okay. Hold on just a second. I got to do a couple things in the background here. Get the Safari screen open and turn this off. And this, oh no, not chat prop. And this off. And there we go. Give me just a second to get a screen grab and get this brought over. Let's see, window capture. That's exactly what I want right there. And hit OK. Appreciate you at least holding on for just a second. Let me see if I can find it. Find that freaking quick time player. There we go. And hit OK here. And there we are. This is from Keith King sent me this. Says, this is my friend's footage she recorded off the TV screen because her sister wouldn't believe her where the orbs were the baby every time she babysat for him. There is about 40 seconds missing from the original footage she gave me. Every time I shared it with someone, it got clipped. Please play it for all to see. Okay, well, give me just a second. We'll play it. Again, this is from Keith in the chat. I don't know if the audio will play, but we'll go ahead and play it. I don't see any audio playing, so I'll go ahead and talk. Well, it looks like it's IR highlighted, whatever it is in the foreground above the baby's crib. Definitely an infrared screen or infrared picture. But what do you guys think that is? Lisa Ray says, what is that? Well, you tell me, Lisa Ray. That's why I'm playing it. Watch the orb, Dragon ZW. Watch the orb. It's definitely got multiple blobs around it, that's for sure. And then it disappears. It's a 2-minute clip. Does it come back after the 53-second round? The AI on YouTube is, or should I say, the algorithm, PS, what CTT? CTT is chasing the truth, Keith. Just to let you know what that means. But, yeah, what do you think this is? What do you think this is? This is interesting to say the least. I have no doubt whatsoever this is just one of those interesting videos. Sheila says, wow, that's crazy. Climber from Ghostbusters. I honestly, Fairy Godmother, ain't no blob squatch, according to Lisa Ray. And like I said, this is, where is my, I got too many windows open. This is a 2-minute thing. So, that's about it right there. About one more second. And there you go. That's the end of the video. For sure. What do you think that is? Now, this is then the show, and of course, you know, incredible stuff. Goddess bless you, says Marrie, aka Marrie, says it looks like a guardian angel. Could be, for sure. And for those fine folks that want to, you know, at least contribute to the Chasing the Truth, if that's the how you want to roll, you know, a thumbs up at the end, you know, the video. Like, share, subscribe if you really liked what you heard. Or if you want to do a PayPal or Cash App, sgram2244, it's in the description. How to contact me is in the description, and the phone number that you see waving on the screen is how you get a hold of me. And definitely go to IamDarkWaters.com. Look over there. Repository, all my shows over there. And if you want to go to the Apple Podcast, we're always updating that over there under Chasing the Truth, Shawn G. Tanya Willis says, at least the baby seems to be at peace and not upset by whatever this is. Well, that's absolutely true. What do you think that is? Do you think that is well, it's not a blob squatch. There's something there, definitely. So you never know. I'll leave it up to you to decide what that was, that last video. But I appreciate everyone that has showed up for tonight. It has been my utmost pleasure, honor to have talked to all 6 of these fine folks that called in, from Anonymous all the way up to Marrie, the last caller. Definitely a bad SOB. That was one hell of a call. And definitely with no shortcomings. We have Casey, Anonymous, Bigfoot Anonymous's friend. Definitely, I loved that Tennessee Bigfoot story. That was just interesting to no end of measure. Cryptid's not here, and a little bit of paranormal. That's exactly how I like these shows. You know, kind of mixed up. Definitely not. It can be focused on one thing. What focuses this show is the callers on these unscreened nights. Whatever the caller calls in with, that's what we're talking about. That's what my focus is at the time, and that's what we got tonight. From shadow creatures to Bigfoot, Dogman, a little bit of what the hell's a Lapua. Go look it up, folks. That's a big-ass gun. Big-ass gun. The 50 BMG is a big-ass gun. You can't hide that. That's definitely something that makes a loud pop. It ain't something that you think a 12-gauge shotgun would be. That's like 10 12-gauge shotguns put together. But Keith King, yes, it's a little more than it. Oh, hold on a second. My English is not too good, so just to let you know, if I butcher up anything or can't say a particular word, don't take it bad, because my southern tongue can't wrap around some of these vowels. Yes, it is a little more to it than all that, but it can be harmful to Shawn G's show. It draws attention to the show, and thank you. Well, there's a couple of things that obviously, with this being a brand new show, this being brand new and just now getting under review by YouTube, you got to be careful, especially within chat. They check chat too. So definitely watch your P's and Q's and what you say in the chat, definitely. And when you call into the shows, we can't obviously talk about certain subjects because of any kind of if it goes against CDC guidelines, you just can't say it. So definitely, if you got any questions about what CDC is, go to cdc.gov and see what they're saying about it. That changes from day to day, actually. But that's me. And that is just one of those fine, that's why I've got some fine folks that I put into with the wrenches. They like to show and care about the show. And you're just about as integral a part of the show as I am. I'm just a I'm just a fool that answers the phone and say, okay, what kind of story you got going on now? But, yeah, definitely. This has been one heck of a show, one hell of a show, to say the least. One for the record books. And definitely definitely watch out. Especially when this is brand new, any show. You can say the right words in the wrong pattern, and you can instantly get this frickin' show taken off the air, and then down the memory hole it gets. Unfortunately, that's just the way of things today. But anyway, that being said, this is Shawn Graham. This is Chasing Truth on the Dark Waters radio channel over in the Paranormal Radio app. catch me this Saturday. I will not only be on the Dark Waters channel over on YouTube, also on the Paranormal Radio app, I will be on the Fringe FM. Dragon ZW says, we just kill trolls. So yeah, go for it. Kill trolls. But I'll be on the Fringe FM this Saturday, 7 9 p.m. Central Time. 8 to 10 over on the Eastern, and I think it's like 5 till 8 over on the left coast. But I am new to the Fringe FM, uprntalkradio.com, fringe.fm, and iamdarkwaters.com. Look at all those, dogmancams.com all also popped in there too. Look over there. I think DDoS is part of the makeup now, along with John Bell over there with 2 separate shows, and they'll be doing all kinds of crazy stuff on the Dogman Cams YouTube site. So definitely go over there. Mongolian Monster, buddy. If you want to have a friendly, cool atmosphere to talk about all the things I've been covering tonight, and get a different kind of, honestly, I think we have subscribers, audiences between my show and Mongolian Monster Show. I see a lot of friendly faces in there. Definitely go over to Mongolian Monster's YouTube channel. He does it 2 days a week over there. I think Tuesdays and Thursdays, or is it Monday and Thursdays? Tomorrow night, 11 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, definitely poke your link to your show over there, buddy. Mongolian Monster tomorrow night. Oh, it's Friday, not Thursday. Today is Thursday. I'm looking at the clock. So Thursday nights, 11 p.m. Miss T and I'll definitely be there. It's just one of those cool shows, laid back, easy going. Talk about just about everything and anything, laugh your ass off kind of stuff when it gets to it. Tuesdays and Thursdays. Thank you, sir. Mongolian Monster. I got it screwed up in my head now. Mog's show. So definitely go over there and look him up. You will not be disappointed, definitely. He's just one of those cool guys. Please drop the link for sure. I'll wait around for Moggs to drop the link over there for that. Keith, I hope I did your video some justice just by playing it. We'll see for after the fact. So, oh yeah. Tink the link, please, D. Yeah, anybody with a wrench in there wants to drop a link to their channel, this is your time to do it. Emoji on. Well, okay. I see that. I'm on my phone. Okay. Hold on just a second. I'll look him up on a separate browser, and I'll drop that rascal in just a second, just because I like his show so much. Honestly, that is one of my favorite shows that Miss T and I enjoy together. And without a doubt, I want to share this out with all those fine folks over there. If you want to actually have a good time, this is the place to go, folks. Go and join this channel for sure. Mog's show. Mogion Monster. Thank you, Miss T, for reminding me how to pronounce that. I don't know. My southern tongue, like I said, does not do weird words or weird accents or anything like that. It's just one of those things. Mogion Monsters, link I just dropped in the show. And I think I'll drop that in the description again. I had it in another description. I don't have any problems dropping that in there. Forever and a day. Thankful for Mogion. He helped me get over 1,000 for sure. He and Moog's family over there helped me out for sure. with getting over 1,000, and hopefully, yeah, it's a fantastic show for sure. But anyway, I think I'm done with this one. We'll call this one a done show. Like I said, 931-994-6917 after the fact. I may not answer it in the middle of the night, though. So if you listen to this at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever, please forgive me, but I'm probably trying to sleep. But anytime during the day, I actually do answer that show number, 931-994-6917. Shawn G at IamDarkWaters.com. And wow. God bless you. Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot. Gee whiz. Thank you, dear God, for poking me in the back for this one. To end the show, here we go. Dear God in heaven, thank you for today. Thank you for all the things that you have blessed my life with, my family, Miss T in my life, even though I do not deserve her. Thank you for her and her family and her friends. Thank you for the show's family and friends. Thank you for everyone that called in, participated, or will participate. I ask that you bless each and every one of those fine folks and keep them safe. And I plead the blood of Jesus Christ on each and every one of them. And keep them safe from all things that are evil, all things negative, demonic, satanic, extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional, out for the ruin of souls of man. I plead and beg you, dear God, Jesus Christ, to reach out and banish, rebuke those things I just mentioned. In Jesus Christ's name, amen. Folks, I hope you have a great rest of the week. Again, catch me over on the Mogollon Monster Show tomorrow night. I'll be in the chat over there for definite sure, Miss T and I. Great show over there. This Saturday night, join me over on the Dark Waters channel and the Fringe FM. I'll definitely be over there. Saturday night, 7 to 9 p.m. Central Time. And let me see if I can find my bumper stuff here. But holy cow. Thank you, folks. And we'll catch you tomorrow over on Mogollon Monster Show in the chat. Or Saturday night. I'll be live on the Dark Waters channel and the Fringe FM.
Do ghosts really exist? Are we alone? Is there life after death?
It looks like a giant ape with a man's face.
We've done some testing to determine if it is a synthesizer or not.
It's starting to come at me.
It's very difficult to do with the system. This is what it actually is.
And